Welcome to my Friday stream, the third stream of my history event. Welcome in, everybody. How are you? And yeah, we have this old gem that shipped with Windows 95. Fortunately, who remembers? And of course, I immediately dropped the ball. That is just me. And I think this sets the tone for what we are getting at. Yeah. The old Space Cadet pinball that was such a popular part of Windows 95. Me screwing up most balls because, again, I probably am not the best talker and player at the same time. And just in retrospective, a very fun time. Of course I'm going to lose the ball. That means that I can put my clock down. It's the beginning of the time where a graphical user interface is expected rather than an addition that, well, Windows 95 still did run atop DOS, but it did make the graphical user interface the standard rather than the DOS interface. At least for me, it did it. I don't know how it did for you, and that also means that it was the beginning of DirectX, because Microsoft then realized that while productivity is all fine and dandy, people also do like to game on PC, or do like to game in general, and as such, if you could offer a lightweight environment where 3D games could run in optimized, then that could already be a very long-term and stable source of income, and that is pretty much exactly what they then did with Windows 95, really putting down some ideas of running. They gave us the early DirectX versions, with the idea being that, well, if we have a very well optimized environment for the 3D accelerated, well, programs in general, but games specifically, then we are going to be selling a lot more copies, and a lot more PCs are going to be installed with Windows, and we are going to have a Well, we're going to have a larger install base. We're giving more people a reason to buy our other products, our office products. Companies are going to have a larger incentive to be using Microsoft Windows because their users are already familiar with it, and overall for them it must have felt like a pretty... I'm not sure how they felt about how risky they felt it would be. In the sense that it was something that they had not considered supporting directly before, but it also wasn't something that they were not unfamiliar with. DOS was a platform that was already well used by most games, and it was something that expanded the possibilities rather than limited them. I mean, I think that is the thing we all want to push for, to improve and increase options, and rather than to limit them. And as such, that decision felt like, for me, was a very good decision by Microsoft back then, rather than trying to limit the audience you can reach. And hello, welcome in, Tira. How are you? I hope that despite waking up very, very early, you are not feeling too tired. If you do, absolutely go back to sleep. That is absolutely no issue. And yeah, third day of the summer event, and we are off towards, again, Windows 95 and 3D accelerated games. But we first have a few older but late comers to take a look at. And yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun again. You're wide awake and you got Oreo. Well, in which case, make yourself comfortable. I'll be taking, as always, a quick break before the first game of the first proper game of today. And tomorrow it should be Mario Party. Let me have a look. Let me quickly check that. Give me the right window. December 18th, 1998 is indeed tomorrow. For you, that would be from 15 to 16, so 3 to 4 p.m. And a 125 stream watch streak. Tira, thank you very, very much. It is so appreciated. Thank you for being here so often for so long. Thank you very much. And I mean it. I thank you very much. But I'm going to take a quick break to the top of the hour, be preparing the next game, and then we'll be getting this started with our first game, Kirby's Adventure. If you know anything of it, that might sound a little bit like a weird choice, but I'll explain it, and I think it'll make sense then. So, see you at the top of the hour. Thank you very much for your patience with the break and the ads that will be running during it. So thank you very much, and be seeing you after the break. Okay, welcome back. Welcome to our first game today. You did Kirby's Adventure, the second Kirby game. The first one is Kirby's Dream Land, released 5 months earlier. I haven't done the month entirely now. A few months earlier for Game Boy, actually. It's a very short game, easily beatable in about 15 minutes if you know what you're doing. I'm not a huge speedrunner, but I do have a verified record for that game, at least, for about 13 minutes. I think 13 minutes and 30 seconds thereabouts. And it's really not too hard. You do need a little bit. Well, you do need to do a lot, quite frankly, to be able to get to the top of the leaderboard again. But that's not my goal. And Kirby's Adventure is another one that I did play as a kid at a friend's house. We poured hours into this to get to the end, and it was a tremendous experience when we finally managed to beat it. There's a lot to this game, and it introduces Kirby's signature ability to be able to copy enemy abilities. That is something that he was not able to do in his very first appearance. In Kirby's Dream Land, he can only swallow enemies and spit them out as stars, or just swallow them down. And this offered so much fun. Well, and he had his air bubble, of course. He could always fly. And yeah, great games. And it's been very, very fun, and this game in particular has some really nice additions that, while it still has a score, do distinguish it quite a lot from other games of the era, in that Kirby's Adventure here in Kirby's Dream Land are not setting on super punishing difficulty. They are very liberal with extra lives. Kirby's Adventure has a save function that saves the completed levels and worlds, so even if you do lose all your lives, you don't really lose any progress. Come on, that should be right. I feel like I should have gotten that the first time. But at least I'm getting a 2-up. So yeah. Very forgiving as well, in the sense that, well, if jumps are too difficult, you can just gulp you take a big breath, you gulp a bit of air, and you can freely fly throughout the level. There are not a ton of insta-kill pits, but what there is, again, is easily enough avoid it by just flying a little bit. Mr. Bomb Thrower, you're not taking a lot of damage from this beam, are you? One to 2 lines of damage each time. That's a little bit disappointing, but it is what it is. He is a mini-boss after all. I think it would have been quite a bit faster with either another weapon or just no weapon at all and just swallowing the ability as a star and then the bombs as projectiles shooting back at him. Should have been a 3-hit. This took a little bit longer. And I did kill the sword there, which I did want to take. And I'm not quite reaching the last level here anymore. But again, that is fine. And that is another completed and completely completed level. So sometimes you can find some secrets in the levels that open extra parts on the overworld. What do I mean with that? If I leave this level after completing it and go back to the overworld, you'll see that Kirby is slamming the flag down, and that is opening up more of the level. Okay, I did want to keep the fireball, but I'm taking a little bit of damage here. And you see that each stage shakes every time we bump into something here. Okay, probably will take the tomato and the fire down here. Did I get it? Almost lost it, but I did get it in the end, and that is all that counts. Okay, that was just my arm. And here you see that as the flag gets slammed down, the wrapping overlay over the world disappears and opens up more. In this case, I think it's a museum and another level. A white door means that there are no secrets in this level to find anymore. And we can take the sword here. This guy is only here to be swallowed and give us an ability, which is again something that gives a lot of ease to players in that they are not required to restrict themselves to the weapons that they find. But if they have if they have unlocked a museum or later on an arena with a weapon that they like, they can challenge it and bring their favorite weapon into any level, even should they lose it in between. Some people would call it tedious, that museums are not unique, like that the museums are unique. Previous museums entries are not available in later museums, and so on. Could you do that differently? Yes. Nowadays, absolutely for sure. Is it bad? I don't feel like it's bad. To a large degree, I'm actually thinking it's a good thing, because it does encourage more careful play rather than being absolutely reckless. That did not even get me to level 2. So yeah, absolutely, I do think that it is that it is well implemented like that, and that even in a modern re-release it should be handled exactly the same way. And poor guy can't even really get off an attack. That is something that very strongly differs. He's also the first boss of Kirby's Dream Land, where you have to wait for him to attack you. You can only retaliate with the apples that he's dropping. And here with the sword, I go just slash, 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 and the poor guy. And the poor guy doesn't really know what happened. Umbrellas are also swallowable and very annoying. You usually don't want the umbrella ability. Come on. That's the sword gone. That's how fast it can happen. These bastards are not swallowable. Then again, I do wonder, does anybody want to be... want their ability be the ability to explode? I didn't quite get you on time. And the poor star and the poor sword star that I brought, it has again disappeared. But we're getting a new ability here, the tornado, which allows us to go through this very quickly. And now, hopefully, I got the timing right. Barely right. And I do manage to jump back up all the way to the top and fetch myself another one up. The timing there is not terribly hard to learn, and it's another fun mini-game at the end of the level that you can actually repeat as often as you want, even without reloading a save file. And then there's another mini-game here with DDD throwing eggs and bombs at you. And that's a swallowed bomb. And I'm getting some more points. The better you do, the more points you get, and at some point you get more extra lives. And again, every time you reload your save file, you can also redo all of those mini games. Grabbing the star out of the tornado. Well, let's lose our weapon here, and we'll be taking fire. Which, for him, is actually my favorite weapon. Then we'll be switching out to the wheel immediately, because... Come on. That's going to make this track so much worse. And then there is another wheel, and I just face tank it. To a degree, I do understand that the wheels are a little bit on the fragile side, but it means I couldn't just roll through here. And I don't think I do need that health. I'm just fine like this. Did I get it? No. A little bit late on this time. We have another crane game. If you line... That is not good. That is not a good lineup. He's going to slip. No, he's not. Okay, this time They really want to try us. That's not far enough, I'd say. Yep, that was not good enough. Oh, well, we got one big plushie for another two 1-ups. Or a 2-up, as they are writing it. And I have collected 12 1-ups. So, yeah. I did say that for the longest time, due to arcades and other measures... Okay. How do you expect me to activate this then? Oh. I'll be keeping the sword for now, but I will be retrying the level because we missed something, and then you'll see that the door is not actually going to be white. It is going to have the completed flag, but it is going to still show... It is going to keep the same color. Okay, we had a big... Okay, that is going to kill me if I go down there, so we have to swim back. And again... No heights are ever a problem for dear Kirby. Just take a big gulp of air and become light enough, or... Well, technically it's more a question of density. And we are challenged here. I mean... Guess I can get the sword, but... You are kidding me. Have a blast of compressed air come out of Kirby. Quite a painful experience for his enemy. Ouch. Should have blown downwards. So yeah, it is... The game is quite lenient in this regard as well. I die, I just start at the beginning of the room. And... I'm not needing to restart the level or restart a checkpoint. No, I can just... Okay, whatever that part led to, it was not necessary to uncover anything. Let's have a look at this museum. We can have the fire, or we can have a laser. Boink. Despite what is shown at the bottom, the laser cannot be fired upwards from Kirby. And so what I feel like is going towards what we would expect from a modern video game. Not no challenge at all, but a challenge that is built not to feel unfair, not to extract money or time, but realizing that your sale does not, your sales rather do not depend on selling as many game repetitions as possible. Ouch. There we go. Missed the clock down. And the exploding rabbits. Again, and I need to switch again. That is also something that they really did nicely, that they gave you a lot of opportunities to switch, gave you a lot of reasons to switch, and have fun, experiment. They are showcasing you here with these angles here. That laser, while you cannot shoot it upwards, can be redirected upwards. A really nicely designed game, taking the quite modern approach that it does need to pose a challenge, but it can ease the player into it. You do not need to eat 1,000,000 quarters in the beginning in order to be able to maximize profits. They're called Starfly. I was unaware of that. For me, they were always exploding rabbit thingies. But I'll be using their name from now on. Two fighters. Okay, I can... Well, if I am hitting him again, I could get myself the ice ability if I wanted to. I do think I want to keep the laser for now, rather. And yeah, I'm not going to be chasing after that. Okay. To a degree, it did absolutely work out. For this passage, the laser is better, though. Are we... Of course not. There we go. Regaining some of the health that I just sacrificed to get in there. Okay, there's another... There was another high jump there. There's another sword here. There's a door here. Why the fireball? I am not sure. And yeah, this game did lag quite badly. It was trying to do so much that it completely overloaded the poor NES. Okay, if I jump into that, I destroy the tomato. That's fine. Again, if you take a look, I have already collected 15 extra lives, and the punishment for it is not catastrophically bad. Come on. Let's refill our health by sacrificing a life. Poppy Bros Jr. I am learning quite a bit today, so thank you very much. And again, everything that they paint... Ooh, that was mean. Changing up whether the painting moves first or whether they move first. There we go. Boss defeated. The interludes here are terribly nice. It's a game that... Her name is Vivian. I see. Thank you very much. It is a game that is very charmful, whimsical. Well, even in this game, even DDD is not... It's not as simple as it may seem. Which I really, really enjoy the idea of, and it adds to the whimsy of the game. It's... Yes, you are slaughtering hordes of enemies in a way, but on another hand, it is okay, I'll be needing to come back in here. I have missed that switch, so we need to take a look around on where the door to that is. So now, for the first time, the door doesn't turn white. Is there another door here? No, not really. We are getting showered with exploding umbrellas. Okay, I'm keeping the sword. So I can use the mic 3 times here. As Kirby goes around screaming into it. Ah, these are not the pits we were thinking they were. And there we go. switch unlocked. And then, of course, you come back here and you can try your hand again at gaining an extra life. Maybe we can make it now? No, barely not. But... and that is something that back in the day, when I was playing it... oh... being... how old? 8? We did play it quite a few years after it released, but... yeah, no, it left an impression, a very good impression in my mind. And I just blew up the star that I just sacrificed the sword for. Although, no, the laser for, actually. The turning tower, trying to indicate that you're walking around it. There's a lot here that is... again, like the last game, like Cosmo Tank from yesterday, this was a project that the developers themselves actually had a lot of fun with. And again, their decision to not make it arcade hard, just a challenge on the later levels, rather than trying to follow the arcade footsteps of earlier games. They did keep the score, but it is basically meaningless in this game. And then they have rooms like this, where if you have the right ability, it is just very fun. And I did not manage to catch that. Didn't manage to catch the tomato. Not sure if... okay. Okay, let's redo that boss. But first we're giving... the chance to retry here. Okay, not sure what exactly my mistake here is. There we go. Their slide reminded me. Oh, that I also have the slide kick. And that... okay. You are better fought normally. Okay, I'm so happy that by slamming into there, he came back stunned rather than still in attack mode, and I'll be getting back one of the one-ups that on one of the lives that I lost here. And another good white door. So yeah, while Kirby, not the hardest of games, it is a ton of fun to play. It has a lovely whimsy that is not ashamed of itself. It's not like it is putting out like a feeling that, oh, well, because we're not hard enough, we're not a real game, so please apologize. We were apologizing, and no, they know what they wanted to do, they made it, and they had a lot of fun while doing that. I mean, these small animations here where after you swallow the boss there, that you can inhale the enemies and throw them around like you were thrown around. That's all small things. Fair, but small things that, in my opinion, add a lot to the charm. You take that block and you just throw it around. Hard games have a place, and yes, some games live from being challenging. Dark Souls, yeah, Dark Souls comes up a lot. So basically everything from software, it does fit for that, but that doesn't need to be every game. Sometimes a game can have a moderate challenge and just be lovely, whimsical, the main character swallowing and throwing his enemies about with not worrying about needing to be terribly serious, just able to be whimsical and fun as a game. It's a very refreshing... Ouch. I do want to fetch the 1-up if possible. There we go. And another level completed. And another minigame unlocked. This one is really one of my favorite. Basically, you are fighting a row of duels, and they are getting progressively harder. And again, for every hat at the end, you'll be getting points or lives. And the big ape there managed to completely knock the hat off of me. And we can go through the Starfy here and the birds and just go through. You're a... Okay, you're the surrounding freeze. Hop, hop. And everybody on the way is frozen. There's the... There's the big monkey, which knocked the hat off. Knocked our hat off before. This time we're knocking him about, and as a revenge we'll be taking his hammer. Bronto bird. Oh yeah, okay, that one I do. I should have remembered. I heard that name before. Thank you very much for the reminder. But I know I keep harping on about it, but it is important to me, and it is, well, maybe not the first time this ever happened in video games, but ooh, okay. Okay, I had completely forgotten that... Well, I had not seen immediately that that would be going all the way around. So if you want the laser to hit the blocks, you do need to shoot from quite far away. I prefer the hammer over the sword, but combat-wise I think the sword is, well, the second best weapon. I should have swallowed you. Do we have another one? No, we don't. For traversal, the fireballs, or for horizontal traversal, the fireballs aren't bad at all. And then they find another door here. We have to hurry, or we're not getting the health, nor are we able to find the button. I'm not sure if you could even try it again another time. We have this dark area, which on original hardware, I do remember, like on a TV, I remember being a lot darker. You did have... Oh, great. And then we finally get the high jump for one final jump here. Well, two jumps, but I'm messing up the timing slightly here. Let's try to complete the egg catching this time. And we missed one egg there, and then we're not quick enough to avoid the bomb. That is quite unfortunate. Okay, you're staying on the ground a lot. That could have almost been A double hit. Ouch. Making stars rain. It has been a thing ever since the very first game, I want to say, and now the moon has a crack of when we fought. And the sun just jumps into us. Yeah, the dance has been a thing ever since the first game, which I don't think that Kirby's Adventure and Kirby's Dream Land were developed separately. I am pretty sure that they were developed in tandem. And as such, the dance is an idea that both teams shared the implementation of, I think. If it were two teams, if it wasn't one team working on the games, a little bit here, a little bit there, trying to maximize audience size, maybe? Ouch. And I'm all the way back down to a single health point, mainly because I do not exactly pay enough attention here. There's another star rain coming, and I immediately run into the first star that is coming down. Do we have anything here that would make this fight easier? High jump is not going to be useful. We have a freeze in one of the arenas. That is not going to be useful. The wheel is not going to be useful. What do we have in the museums here? There's a battle arena, that's the wheel. That is not going to be terribly useful. Fire could be useful. More than the beam, I think. And landing all the way at the top, at the bottom of the sky tower again. Luckily, we can just fly up and take on these two again. And there we have a defeated moon, and the sun, despite being fiery hot herself, also does not enjoy this constant barrage. And we have another dance. And again, there's so many small details adding to the fun and whimsy of the game. Give me 1 second. So, yeah. Why this game? One, because it does showcase the trend of going away from difficulty for how shall I put it? It's not difficulty for difficulty's sake, especially not from the arcades. It was difficulty for profit's sake. But in a way that you always, in a good arcade game, you always have the feeling like, I can do better. I need to do better. to try and keep you playing. But the difficulty is there to keep play sessions at a shorter length than otherwise, because if you can just sit down with a dime and have a 15-minute or 20-minute play session without any issues, that is one dime for 20 minutes, and that is not what arcade owners were looking for. They wanted maybe 20 in that time. Maybe, well, I'm not exactly sure about the economics. Maybe it was quarters. Maybe they wanted 20 quarters, like a quarter a minute, maybe a quarter per 2 minutes, something like that. But that was what difficulty was for. The size restrictions of the very early arcade games meant that there was a lot of repetition. So one incentive do you have to play? Do you give the player to keep playing? Is a high score, compete with other people, see if you can beat the high score of the people that came before. Maybe set your own unbeatable high score that when you come back in a week's time that your high score is still standing. But all of that is unnecessary for consoles, for PC. They took a lot of inspiration because that is what was successful and that is what people wanted to play at home as well. But slowly they came over and been like, okay, we don't need to do that. It was quarters at most US arcades. Thank you very much. Again, I do not have the that experience, and I can't take the European experience either because we didn't have a unified, well, it's not a completely EU unified currency at the moment, but every country had their own currency, almost every country, and as such, prices are harder to compare. So thank you very much for letting me know. But Kirby, for me, is like the point. What if we make a fun, cute, not too hard game? It is getting more challenging as it goes on, but it eases you into it, and it is like, no, that's fine. If you can't do it immediately, go try another enemy for this room, like another power for this room, and it is like, yeah, we have all of these variety, enjoy it. You can slowly go through, get better, and enjoy the game. It's saved. You don't need to worry about losing progress, and they kept the score, even though by now it wasn't really, it didn't serve a big purpose anymore. You played because the game was fun, not because the super hard game and you want to beat somebody else's high score. Yeah, for me personally, Kirby did signify that shift from super hard because a play session needs to be short to, we don't care if you manage as a beginner to get through half the game in one session. Go ahead, have fun. So yeah, it's very nice. The dance at the end and everything with this lightness and whimsy that just says, yeah, we're here to have fun, so are you, hopefully. Kirby is indeed friend-shaped. He's a very cute guy, and again, his ability is really fun. Once you beat it, maybe go through with another ability, maybe challenge yourself only to use the wheel, only to use fire, only to use the laser, to use no ability at all. But the game was mostly built around fun and a lot less around we need to... No, not we don't need to challenge the player, but the challenge doesn't need to be astronomical. We don't need a million restarts. We don't need to kick you back to the beginning of the level because you couldn't do a certain part. That is not the goal of this game. And as such, for me, it signifies, again, a turning point towards a different approach to games, and that is why I really love this game still to this day, and do play through it from time to time. Great game, great character, spawning a great series. That is something I haven't touched upon, but for the hour, unfortunately, time is already running out again. But yeah, it's just so nice, and also this is still an NES release, although the Super Nintendo has been a thing already, and it just shows what you can do even on old hardware if you sit down and really try your hand at it. It's a fantastic game. It's a lot of fun, and yeah. But the dances in I think there's dances in pretty much a lot of games. At least the 2D ones, I think, all have a dance, a version of the dance. Maybe not for every level, but for the bosses for sure, if I remember correctly. But that being said, I will need to take another quick break to the top of the hour, during which, again, I'll be preparing the next game called Biomenace, another platformer, this time for the PC, and yeah, so I do thank you in advance for your patience with the break, and the ads if you're getting them, thank you very much. And okay, so I did misremember, and they removed the dance. How could you, developers? How could you? Well, again, thank you very much for your patience. I'll be seeing you at the other end of the break. Thank you very much. Welcome back. So this is the start screen of Biomenace. You might already, it might already feel a little bit familiar. Yeah, it's another Apogee published game, as was Commander Keen. That's where we know this, where this is where the screen feels familiar from. But this has not been developed by id Software. Let me just go through something here. I do want to be able to switch, go through this. There we go. You're making a microwave pizza? I hope that it is going to be a very enjoyable, a very delicious pizza. And I'll just go through this actually quite quickly. No, let's do it like this. Weapon selection, grenade selection. You can stay where you are. Okay, we'll be starting a new game. We'll be removing the current one. So, another 1993 release, a little bit after Kirby's Dream Land for the PC this time. And there's a bit of story here with Snake Logan. And we're the best CIA operative there is, and there is a problem in Metro City. We're ordered to do some recon. We do know about a Dr. Mangle, that if he doesn't get his wishes, then he is going to release whatever monsters he released in Metro City worldwide. And he was researching something called Operation Bug Glow, and then went rogue. We're getting shot down, and we're landing in the city. So, jump and run, a lot more competent. The basic mechanics are unchanged from the original. It's just the presentation that has been enhanced. So absolutely don't mind talking about this game as if it's the original. There's some quality of life stuff, and I'll be getting to that. And I hope a stuffed crust pizza, stuffed with cheese, I'm guessing. So, one of the things is that in the original game you could not switch your weapons, your weapon ammunition. You couldn't switch your grenade types on the fly. You always used the best you currently had access to. And there's some difference in how you pick up and then you use the weapon upgrades, which is it's no big deal compared to before. It doesn't fundamentally change the game. It doesn't really change anything there. It is just more convenient. It gives you a bit more options to preserve some of your stronger ammunition for when you need it, and things like that. So it's really, in my opinion, just a quality of life update, nothing else. And as such, I don't mind calling it basically a more fluidly playing graphics update to some of the effects and so on. But again, it also does look very similar to it. Well, yeah, no, it looks very similar to its original. They did not do any big fundamental changes in the presentation. It was always a pixel art game. It remained a pixel art game. It just got more competent at its presentation. So, why another platformer? A run and gun game in this case. Well, and why not Mega Man or something like that, which is a lot more well-known, and why then Biomenace, which I think a lot of people might not have even heard of? Well, as we discussed, platformers on the PC always were a bit troubled in that they did not have they were not able to be as confident, to have the same quality, the same fluidity as early console platformers. So if we take the first Super Mario Bros., there was no chance for... Okay, there should be an elevator coming at one point. There was no chance of having anything similar run on PC during that time. There was not. Nor on Commodore, nor on other home computer systems. It was just not something that would have been technically available to those people at the time. But while Kirby is a wholly different type of game, and while there is there's still a lot of differences, this plays as well as Kirby, this plays as well as Mega Man, maybe that is the better comparison here. And it is different in a way that remains... It feels still clearly like a PC platformer, but it really doesn't need to hide from consoles anymore. Commander Keen, I can understand if people that have grown up with console platformers do criticize the controls and the movement. I think it's great. I think it is it's something that is you can well learn and have a lot of fun with, but I can understand the criticism, and I don't think it is necessarily wrong. Using the pogo stick is a great idea, but it is troublesome to control. There aren't the power-ups that you are really used to. They are not here in the Mega Man sense either, but I mean, you do have a ton of different weapons, you do have a ton of variety in that regard. The game is more open with it in the sense that it is not requesting you you find specific power-ups or you defeat a boss for it, but it is all there, and it does give you that freedom. And yeah, again, there is a score. It does tell you about secrets and how many of them you have found and all of that. Again, is that something absolutely necessary? Maybe not. Is it still a lot of fun? Do I feel like it is in the way? No, actually, I do not. I don't think that it is in the way. Rather, there we go. Not wasted two. Well, it wasted one of the good grenades. The other one was not wasted. And you can see that here the game is asking you the question, do you use the stronger ammunition against these basic running fire mutants? Or are you going to play a bit more carefully and use your normal gun for it, for which you do have quite a bit of ammunition, and maybe use and maybe wait until you find stronger enemies that require, like the big one up there. Maybe we should shoot that one with a stronger weapon. Okay, you did manage to come down here. And there's another one that is probably going to just jump down soon here. Come on. There we go. Oh yeah, I do want to do maximum damage to him currently. And then we get a new ammunition type, only 20 shots. This is not a fully automatic weapon, but it can destroy a lot of enemies that the other two weapons can't even touch. And again, it's not a boss weapon, but it does ask you, do you shoot every enemy with this? Or, again, is this something to be used sparingly? My answer is going to be it's something to be used sparingly. If possible. There we go. Collecting a few more green grenades here. Can I nade you? Ouch. And of course, can you stop jumping? Okay, finally, he's over his jumping phase. Come on, that was a lot of wasted ammunition. Okay, there's a bit more of the really strong ammunition there. Maybe I should be using it a little bit. At least to get rid of all of these nasty critters. We have found a drone here, shooting at our behest. Come on. Here we go. And this drone's projectiles are rather substantial. And all clear. Of course. And we have lost our little drone as well. That's too bad. There's a 1-up here. Or is that not a 1-up anymore and it's just a full a full health. Okay, that takes care of that. And we managed to defeat another big enemy here. Okay, there's some more health. I'll probably need it. As you can see, there's a ton of enemies running around here. Okay, grenades are actually... do need to throw them a bit more competently. There we go. Not sure how I can get up there. What I do know is that from here I can just fetch this 4 additional points. And the level is complete. I probably missed all of the secrets. So not as many points as I could have made. But that is fine by me. And we are getting seemingly to the old city park. And we have snakes probably spitting venom. Probably unhealthy. Probably involuntarily. Come on. Okay, and we have gained some sort of invulnerability. Not sure that is something I do want to... I do want to have in a way, because if it is one of Dr. Mangle's serums, who knows what I'll transform into. And we did manage to rescue the lady. Using up a lot of ammunition here. Which again, to a degree, is reasonable. There's a lot of enemies I haven't cleared out here on the bottom yet. Since I was more focused on the top of the trees. And we also do see the amounts of secrets and everything here. Again, it is something that was already quite common for PC games at the time, and we'll be seeing some other examples as we go along today, where, yeah, high score hunting is still a thing, but it is also paired with actual useful items most of the time. Where, okay, the gems are just a collectible. Quote unquote, just a collectible. Okay. Come on. Did I hit... I got that one, it looks like. How much do you heal? You heal up full. Okay. Let's go fetch this gem. It's not necessary, but I am... Oh, I have almost completed the local gem collection. Okay, come down. Okay, that is unfortunate. I don't think there's another heal in the level. So that basically means that I will not be able to finish the level at full health. That's another about 10,000 points lost. Can I fall through that, please? And then I'm landing all the way at the bottom, and I need to run back again. That's the only wish I have for this level. If there was a way to halfway through, or yeah, halfway through because of how the level is built, jump back onto the trees and build your height up again. And here we go. Another well-completed level, and back into another city block here. Starting to run out of our basic ammunition. And while not many people know the music, I do think this music is an absolute banger. Doesn't have the speed or the gaiety of some of the others we've heard so far, but in my opinion, that doesn't make this any worse. Is the game... Yeah, and I think another difference I've just realized is the fact that this is theme-wise definitely a game more geared towards adults, and I crap myself here. That is going to be gruesome. That's going to be some gruesome death. But again, it is not going to just... Well, it did restart me from the level, from the beginning of the level, but I don't think you don't have any lives here anymore, so that is one of the differences. It counts deaths, not lives, which is an interesting twist, and I think a twist that should have come earlier for the games here. If you do want to have a high score, it's I think not a bad idea to have a high score system in platformers like this necessarily, but I do really like the fact that here they turned it around and said, well, what if we're not punishing you for dying, but we reward you for not dying? If you manage to do well and stay alive, we can reward that rather than trying to... Okay. I can kill you with bloody grenades. Let's remember that. I'm not entirely sure about if that is a feature from the original or not. It'd be actually really nice had it been a feature in the original. To be like, we're not going to... How are you supposed to cross over there? Saying we're not going to punish you for death, but we're going to reward you for doing well and surviving. Okay, we are running low on automatic ammunition. We have 3 shots left. That is fine. The basic ammunition does never run out. And I do think that I have depleted my non-basic ammunition enough that I do not want to deplete it further. Especially this one. Ouch. Hey, checkpoint. So yeah, this game has checkpoints. I think generously spaced enough. Is it perfect? No, but it's not. It is not terrible either. Got some more good ammunition here. And I don't have a key. That is, of course, unfortunate. Let's see if we can go find a key. And there is red, pink, dark blue, green, light blue. You were mines, weren't you? Yes. Slime blob slowly getting defeated here. Okay, so we had red here. This green here. And hey, a secret area revealed to us by inputting the correct code we found just earlier in the level. These are really nice touches that I personally enjoy very much, that console games never offered in the same sense. I don't know why the secret hunt was something that was so much more present on PC than it is on consoles. And I'm not saying that there was no secret hunting on console. There was some, but mainly for secret exits. It was not a, oh, if you do know this, here is a bunch of tools that that you're going to be finding very useful during your journey without it immediately being a secret exit, or and again, it's not like there were no secret exits, but it was just it's a different mentality. And as someone who has grown up with it, I do enjoy it as well. And I do feel like, while yeah, it's different in a good way. Not, we really need to celebrate differences more than, oh, but this is, but the idea of, oh, but this is not what I am used to, so it's a little bit icky and I don't trust it. Come on. I know that I can look up and down, so that shouldn't have happened, but okay, that's the electric beam disabled, and there's still more about here. So, it is showing me that I have missed something. Now, what I have missed, that is, currently at least, unclear to me. Okay, you are going to be an issue always, aren't you? And it's not like there is another switch here. And it's not like there is another switch hidden in one of the buildings, is there? Maybe I have been blind and missed it, but... No, that would not be unsurprising to me. Oops. Well, I found out how it works, and... I did not quite understand how it worked. Again, am I mad here? No, because it was... It was made well enough that if you don't know how it works, you do respawn pretty close. And you learn from your experience. Which also means that I found another possibly secret area. I have indeed all the secrets. So, is it bad? No. Did I miss the all no deaths? Yeah. But seriously, not terrible. Oh, you are... You're ugly. And there's another one. Still wasting a few rounds here. And two snakes, one of them hitting me with her poison, or their poison, rather. We found out these blocks are movable, not when they're stacked like this in this level. Okay. Hop, hop. I can also throw a few grenades to get rid of you quickly. And I have a good amount of green grenades here. 2, 3. Yes, 3 indeed. Now we are... We are running out a little bit. That is not exactly the button I wanted to push. And again, we find a few landmines. Okay, not what I wanted to do. That is what I wanted to do. A few more red grenades. I think I will need and want to use a few of those landmines. The issue with landmines, as so often, is that you have to place them and have the enemy run into it. If that enemy decided that it would be a good idea to come over, that would have been nice. And a bit more ammunition, and the fire. Also making it quite unsure, is the fire to keep the monsters in, or are the monsters using the fire in order to make it more hazardous for you doesn't matter for the game, but it is a question that you can ask without the game being like, yeah, you can't. I need to make you feel stupid for asking the question. Although, seriously, if I can put these down here, they'll at one point need to run into it. And boom. That's another dead slime thing. Okay. That is 2 dead slime things with a single grenade. And a few bullets later, it's another monster successfully dispatched. Hop. Oh, I was that low on life. Well, it's unfortunate, but it's just a setback. It's nothing. We need to forever be shamed for. Okay, didn't quite check what that was, but it was a very decent points reward. Okay, even managed to get myself with that. Well, it is a landmine, and landmines are dangerous to the user as well. And no game is complete without, or no PC game, let's be fair, is complete without a sewer level. And again, this is another another quirk of PC releases back in the day. It is another shareware release. And a red door can be passed through. Very nice. So, yeah, they did manage to get a lot of variety in. They managed to get interesting levels with good gameplay. Is it quite? Is it a Super Mario? No. Is it a Mega Man? No. But again, the abilities and everything are not the same as in a Super Mario or in a Mega Man, and as such, the levels do need to reflect that. And we are in some sort of caves now. And it also does very much look like we are getting ever closer to the laboratory. At least the monsters are getting, in a way, absolutely more elaborate. And there are more upgrades about, there are more monsters about. And I am getting more and more an answer on, did you do good ammo management, or are you going to struggle in some of these situations? My answer is probably going to be like that I did just good with ammo management. Okay, that was uncomfortable. We did open a hatch here. We found a secret area. And we survived the spiky roller of implied death. There is the open hatch. Let's go to the top of the level where we did miss a few things. Probably a crystal, I'm guessing. But more monsters for sure. Some more hand grenades, more ammunition. Although, I also have to say that ammunition-wise, we do not need to feel threatened. We have 6 magazines. We have 1 magazine in one. We have another 1 magazine here. I don't have the right shard. Okay. Top is clear, though. And I do have another door to open here. Well, I have 2 more doors to open. Let's do the more easily reached one first. Have another key for the door I have had yet again to skip. There we go. Anything good? Another book. Books are good. Although time is something that unfortunately is lacking to read everything I would want to read. And hop, hop, hop. There's another key for the door we're finding. Ouch. That was a spike. Dip, dip, dip. We do need to jump over the spike again. And there is another code here. Dark blue, light blue, green, magenta, red. Okay. Did not think you'd jump me from there, but you did. Bad slime, bad slime. Dark blue, light blue, green, magenta, red. Dark blue, light blue, green, magenta, red. Dark blue, light blue, green, magenta, red. Okay. Poop. There goes another one. Time to save some. There's a few more keys around here. There's a good U move. Did manage to fight our way all the way through here. Okay. Dark blue, light blue, green, magenta, red. And another correct sequence, offering us another secret reward, making me very happy. And again, I do personally think that this key hunt and secret hunt is absolutely, while something unique, it's a ton of fun. Hello, Singer Man. Hello, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're having a fantastic Friday so far, and that you can be looking forward to a great continuation of your Friday. Although, if I am not mistaken, it is rather the beginning of Friday for you. So, but yeah, no, I do also hope that you had a good sleep and that you are able to look forward to a good Friday. Come on. Well, I was still invincible. Why did I? I needn't have worried quite as much about taking damage there. Okay, we do need to go up a little bit more. Quite a little bit of backtracking here in this level. She ought to be giving me the exit key. Indeed. I am doing fine, thank you very much. I am enjoying my third day of my game's history event. Showcasing different things, discussing them, and I already am pretty sure that I'm going to have a third rant in the vein of this is a so-and-so old game, and why is that not a standard that the modern games industry is trying to meet? Today you're going to be walking through the mall. I hope you're going to be enjoying your shopping trip, Tira. And we have discovered a secret level, which in this case is quite a kind one. All the doors are already open, giving us a lot of additional points here. And advancing probably to the end of the first episode now. Just a walk. Are you hurty? No, the torches are not hurty. There's been a lot of victims here though, and that is probably a checkpoint of no return. Getting some more weapons and ammunition here. Health in case I wasn't full. I will probably be emptying this magazine first. Checkpoint saved. Okay, the hands are more to be ignored. Whoop. Oh, and there was a health pack there that I missed. Oh, there's also a nice drone here. Of course, the drone is fragile. And as far as boss fights are concerned, this is not... it's not the most challenging. But It was a good boss fight. It was a boss fight. We do still have some of our more powerful ammunition here. And there's probably a few more turrets there. Here we go. And there was a hidden jumping bomb there. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Another laser. Shooting at us. One of you bastards. Okay. And I did manage to kill myself there. So let's save and let's go into the final discussion. Again, this is... It's quite different from Kirby that we saw before. It is different from Commander Keen. It is its own thing, but it's also a representation of, at least on the platformer side, PCs catching up with consoles. For me, the time where the argument becomes viable to say that, well, most games should have been released on as many platforms as possible. Fair enough, there was still the technical hurdle that the processors were difficult and all of that, were different and all of that, so it is still a lot more reasonable that it didn't happen, as it should be happening today. But it's also a sign that it's also showing how you can approach the platformers, if you want to be mean, take elements from Mega Man with the gun and run, and do transform it into something that is entirely its own thing, and it then becomes, for me, one of the best platformers released on PC. It is not perfect. Again, if you take a look at purely PC development, platformers are a lot newer than they are on consoles. Fair enough, people will have taken ideas and clues from consoles, but if you do not have personal experience, that is going to be limiting how much you can do, and that some of the some missteps you're going to be doing yourself. But nevertheless, this is a great game and shows that yeah, console and PCs are on par now, and how you can have different ideas. This would absolutely work on console. This absolutely works on a controller. I find it unfortunate that consoles never had the chance to play it. Fair enough, probably the graphics would have needed adjusting because the palettes and how the sprites are built are different. So yes, there is a lot of work. There would have been a lot more work to do to port it. On the other hand, I find that it is that it would have been worth it. And I think that more choices is better. Has benches in front of every store. Yeah. If you do get tired, please do take a moment to rest. And yeah, but this is one, how far PC has come in terms of platformers, and the different ideas that people from a different environment can bring. And I don't know, maybe this game could have inspired some new games on the console side. it didn't happen, and that again is fair because the market was more fragmented and there was less overlap, but it would have been interesting to see. Yeah, I can absolutely understand that, and that is the then unfortunate decision that needs to be taken. I do hope that, nevertheless, you're going to have a lot of fun on your walk. And yeah, I think I've showcased the game properly. I've had a lot of fun doing so, and I think I got the point across that I was trying to do. So it is again time for another short break. I'll be seeing you again at the top of the hour. During that time, I'll be running the hourly ads. So if you do get them, please be patient with it. I try to put them there because then they're out of the way of everything else, and I don't need to interrupt myself when I am talking. So yeah, thank you very much for your patience with the breaks and the ads, should you get some. And I'll be seeing you at the top of the hour after the break. Thank you very much. And I am back. I just had the realization I might have been muted for a while, so if I was, I'm going to quickly repeat some things, namely, Tira, it may just be a walk, but I do hope that you are enjoying it, and if you do not have the funds, it is the correct decision to not go on a shopping spree, even though I do understand that might not be what you want to do, but it is the correct decision. But I just hope that despite that, you are going to have fun on your walk through the mall. Yeah, and I am back with the next game, another computer RPG, this time called Eye of the Beholder. It's the third game in the series, Assault on Myth Dranor. Again, another D&D inspired game, but with a few changes to what we saw yesterday that makes it worth exploring. You were in ads. When were you in ads? The ads are there's more than just a little bit of ads, so when exactly? Because towards the were you before the break? Did you have the ads already before the break? Because that is not what should have happened. During that moment, I sure you had ads, I know that, but I meant before. If I was when I was talking about that, I hope that you still have fun and giving my summary of the game. If I was muted during that moment, if you don't know, it's fine. I just had a situation where it looked like it absolutely might have been the case that I had been muted, and I'm happy that I wasn't muted. So thank you very much for that. Again, it is D&D inspired. Some of the moments here are absolutely going to feel similar. I'm another human mage, and let us modify these a little. That is good. Charisma is actually also good. If anything, I think I would want to do it like this. I'll be keeping that, be giving myself a good name. So one of the changes that is pretty clear with comparison to the to yesterday's game, we have a proper portrait. We are not just, so to say, a an icon. We have a face. What do I want you to be? Let us start with a fighter here. A dwarf fighter. Okay. 2 more rerolls. Nothing great. Intelligence, I'm fine at 12 for you. I do want a little bit more here and here and here. Okay. That is good. I will need to give them all new names. So I am the mage. I still want a thief. Let's make her chaotic good. Do we have a face that is thievy, so to say, without falling into stereotypes. Not really. Okay. We're going to do some heavy modification here. Charisma is not unimportant, but not that much. I'll be bringing up the wisdom to something decent, and the rest is looking fine like this. Name. A name. And then we still need a cleric. Let's make it as such. And that is definitely an elven face. So let's keep that. And this is basically fine. I can make it a... Sorry, 1 second. I do need to delete and half-elf cleric. I'll keep the stats from before. I think that was a 14. That was a 12, 16, 16, 12. Like this, I think. And I don't not mind. And then I'll be naming her after you. Okay. Why fighter thief? I thought I selected thief. That is pure fighter. Okay, let's go through these. I'll be keeping the stats. 13, 16, 14, 13, 16, 14, 18, 14, 14. Because I misclicked. That was the problem. I gave her this phase. So 14, 16, 14, 16, 14, 14. No, 18, 14, 14. Like this. And we're entering the game. I am immediately going to save it. For this part, this game is quite unforgiving. Okay. The bars are fine. Can we memorize some spells? Yes, we can. And I think it's rather good we immediately start with that. Burning Hands, and I don't have... Let's do armor. Next level. I do have quite a bit available to me. Some acid arrows, please. Identify is always important, and some invisibility. Done. I'm going to be praying for some spells. Or Tira, you will need to pray here. Cure light wounds and some cause light wounds. Detect evil and protection from... Detect magic and protection from evil. Well, the clerics are good frontliners, so do I need to have another cause light wounds rather than a bless? I think I'm going to go on a bless, and the next level has a few ideas here as well. Spiritual hammer, yes, a flame blade, aid and hold person. And slow poison, why not? I think that is not a bad idea to be able to do. And you're already able to cast third level spells. Very nice. Create food and water. We don't want to be running out. Dispel magic is always a nice one. And 2 prayers. Okay, I do need to go through memorizing my spells as well. That is a neutralize poison. So on level 2, we are going for a resist fire. Fire is usually pretty common. Cure critical wounds. I'm taking it, and I'm going to take a raise dead. Again, why not? That's a heal, and that is then the last level. Okay. Memorize spells. I probably have a lot more to do here. A few firebolts and 2 firebolts, dispel magic, and a lightning bolt. 2 ice storms and a fear. Wall of force, if it's the only thing that I know, then it's going to be learned, and that again is worth a save. Break camp. So I think there is already quite a indication to the differences to yesterday's RPGs, both Ultima, well, to its Western RPGs. And ouch. Spellbook taken. Come on, I have learned some spells. Okay, and that is why I saved. Okay. Let's pause the game here, for I'm now quickly unsure on how to attack again. Let me have a quick look through the manual. It is something that you absolutely have to do with some of these old games. And I've been trying to do the attacks as I had done yesterday. That is not working. So we're all still fine, but why don't I have any spells in here? Probably because I memorized them. At least that's what it said, that I memorized them. Or did I do the correct attack and it is not working? Okay. Oh, okay. I see the problem. I do see the problem indeed. Or a problem. The order of the party. Okay. Can I... So, attack, all attack, but you cannot reach. Which is unfortunate. Okay. Dealing damage here, but not having... Having the mage in the front here is going to be an immediate issue. I'm going to survive it, but I will need to immediately reassess here and probably still... Okay, and that is how I swap positions again. Clerics are much better at the front, especially against ghosts. And I'm being attacked by more ghosts here. That is fair, and I can understand. I can understand that. Okay. We're having the problem that don't have any ranged attacks. And here I would want to cast a spell. I seriously hope these are the last ghosts, because... Okay, that was nasty. But we did manage to survive. Oh, okay. I hadn't rested. And now we're taking our time to rest and heal up properly. Okay. I have lost my dagger, which is unfortunate, but I did just throw it. So don't really have anybody to blame except myself. And after the fight against the ghosts, we are having another encounter. We are encountering Florin Falconhead, leader of the Knights of Myth Dranor, and we're here to discourage any further looting. Thieves will not be tolerated. Well, Uraniris is luckily a reasonable thief, so we don't need to worry too much about that. And for now, we haven't stolen anything. We've just fought against a few ghosts, but we haven't done any looting. 'Tis true, you do not look like common thugs. Come to think of it, Elminster did mention something about help from strangers. Please forgive me for jumping to conclusions. You must understand that these are stressful times and everyone is on edge. We were sent here to investigate this evil, much like yourselves. The number of evil creatures running about the ruins has increased tenfold these past few months, and it would definitely imply some sort of devious plot. Who or what is behind it, we can scarcely guess. At any rate, the help that you offer is greatly appreciated. And so we are not going to be... the tree is barren of fruit. That is actually visible. So one of the big changes, I think, that is pretty clear here is there is an immediate change of perspective compared to yesterday. Do I turn? And there's bloody more ghosts coming this way. Okay, now I can use the book here, cast a fireball, and everybody else keeps attacking. We need we need a ranged weapon for Uranis here. We do not need to worry about food and water, who's... bloody more ghosts. This time, though, I can be helping out here. Ooh, the magic fails. Not sure why. There is something I want to go to. Making your way through the forest, you come upon a great tomb consecrated to the fallen warriors of Mithranor. Ancient bows, high above, cast shadows everywhere, which shift and darken in the sudden grip of an icy wind. Do you wish to enter the mausoleum? Currently, maybe not yet. Let's go explore this graveyard a little. But apparently... something here. No, that's just a dead end. There is something. It's good to have it back, even though it is not exactly the most useful in my hands. Yes. There is another ghost. Have a look about. That was all of them. And there are some more ghosts coming up, and you have an idea that the trees aren't all that sturdy. We probably then could destroy it if that is what you're getting at. But we also do need to rest again soon. Okay, some good damage out of our front line. Some good tanking as well. Okay, I'm not sure I enjoy that. Unconscious. That is unfortunate. That is a little bit unfortunate indeed. Let's camp. Can we rest? Too many monsters around for comfort. Can we rest here? Oh, bloody hell. That means that we need to attack here, and that is not exactly great. Still, we're doing some damage. I hope that afterwards we're finally free of the bloody ghosts. Some games did allow for this juggling. Where when you walked back and forth, you could do something like this. Yes. Rest. Yes. Okay. We're still resting for a while, but with you, Tira, being able to recover your spells now, we can do so much more quickly. Okay, and again, I have thrown my dagger away. I wonder why I would do something that silly. Well, I'm a mage, so that's probably the reason. Okay. Hey, at least this time I did hit. So it didn't disappear into the ether. Okay, Ice Storm actually hits everybody. That is nasty. That is not necessarily great. Can we Burning Hands this? We cannot. Can we attack it? That works out, and then... Are we seriously needing to fight another 10 ghosts here? Well, apparently so. So, despite the inspiration, this is actually a first-person game in a way. Yes, the first-person window is pretty small. There's a lot of other stuff about that Maybe not bashing, maybe just hacking. Okay. Also something I do want to bring up at one point is that we do need this. These are rations. Okay. Okay, and I put them there to eat. Okay. Makes a lot more sense. Let's see how for you the create create food and water works. It is just filling up everybody's food. Okay. That is actually pretty good. Cure serious wounds. Again, there is a luck factor involved, and that didn't work out too well. Or maybe that is just a sign of how much damage. Nope, some of these spells do a lot better. So, but the reason I really chose this is actually the fact that it's a move to a more of a first person approach to the game, and I have no idea where the compass has gone. Abort spell, there we are. Where fair enough, some of them may not be the sturdiest, but we were running just along the edges here. Oh, we've been hacking on some of them for a while. Yeah, the tree is barren of fruit, but it also doesn't seem to be taking any damage. And there is more ghosts in the back there. Hack and swipe away at the ghost again. With a cleric of this level, I don't need to worry about not being able to have enough food. So that's super valuable. Some people still feel like being able to ignore one of the bigger challenges of the game in that you're getting hungry or so is unfair. I seriously don't think so. And there's more ghosts. There's always more ghosts, isn't there? Do I still have any good magic? Maybe I do want to have a look at how Wall of Force works. Great. Let's improve my armor. I'm also the only one that the magic would work on. Everybody else is wearing... Everybody else is wearing armor, and then armor doesn't stack in that sense. Can I dispel any magic? Ah, I dispelled my own magic. Okay. That is too many monsters around for comfort. I don't remember if there is a map screen. That would be useful, having a map screen at the moment. But I don't think they will have that. I have character screens, I do not. And again, not necessarily the game trying to be hard, but just a limitation of the day. If you take a look, there's already quite a bit of memory eaten away here. Let's break camp. If only I were to remember where that entrance was. I should have gone into the ruins immediately. I wonder what... Probably the idea is to destroy them. We can probably make kindling out of it, but then again, I was having them bash away at it already. Hack, 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 hack. How long does it need until it's broken? For some reason, it's not willing to break. I saw another ghost. Let's switch the two of you back and forth. Oh yeah, I had forgotten to reselect you there. Okay, I do need another rest at one point. Are we there's still too many monsters. Yeah, okay, very fair. Damn, where did all of those ghosts come from? Can we walk backwards? Swipe, bash, swipe. This is a very, very haunted graveyard. Can we rest? Yes, please. We do need to learn some spells and we need to recast some spells, but overall, it works. And the Wall of Force spell has expired. That is actually something that I can use more extensively in the future to have a more protective like to create a protective pocket we can hide in against a wall somewhere when there are too many monsters. I hope that they accept it rather than worrying about everything else. Okay. Okay. What we do need to do a few things now. More ghosts, I'm guessing. Not that we're getting actively attacked at the moment. Okay, west and north. Okay, there's another ghost. We can't walk ahead. Let's just remove that poor ghost. There's more ghosts where that came from. Of course, there's always more ghosts where one ghost came from. Okay, that's another one down. How are we going with experience? 241,700. Let's keep that in mind. Okay, more ghosts. And now I'm running away because I'm misclicking slightly. But this is not really anywhere I really need to worry about running away from. That's another dead ghost. Zeb from Rebels is having his first IRL Star Wars debut in Grogu and the Mandalorian. Well, I hope that they're going to have a lot of fun. East, west. Okay, let's try to go as far west as possible. Oh, we have a few things here. We have quite a few things here. I mean, that is fair. He was quite purple. He is quite purple, isn't he? So that is some chainmail. That is an axe, a simple one. A plate mail. Some more rations. It's actually not bad to have a few more rations, although magic will take care of most of it. Potion of healing, also very useful. Okay. If I go south. Okay, we can bash through the tree, through these trees, not the standing trees. Okay. And we're going west a little bit more. Okay. I did take out an old map that I drew for the game itself, doesn't have any. So I now have an idea of where I am. So that is there, and there are... Okay. Every time we're told by somebody, oh, those trees don't look that sturdy, we have some we can destroy around somewhere. Okay. Very nice. What do we have here? Arrows. I'll be putting the arrows in your quiver. Or in Uranus's quiver. That's nobody in chat, so can't say your quiver really. What do we have here? That is, with a step forward, a nice bow. Some chainmail, which that Uranus cannot wear. And again, quite fair enough. So we're going to walk out. 1, 2, 3. There's another of these trees. If I turn around this way. Okay, that is this part. Do we want to enter the mausoleum? Let's enter the mausoleum. We're finally in somewhere somewhere different. And I just took a look at the time, and it is time to end though. So I'm going to just ensure nobody's going to be. Can I do it from here? No, I cannot. I need to equip, close you down, and act. That's the problem. Okay. We don't have anybody dead. Create food and water. Can we just rest here? Yes. And again, nobody needs to go hungry. So again, it's why did I choose this game? Because it does show the split that is going to be coming up soon. But we're not quite there yet. So we have this first this first person perspective. The party is all standing behind the screen, being able to act from there. And then you are you're going to be fighting the monsters, going through the dungeon in a dungeon crawler format. This is where dungeon crawlers come from. Modern dungeon crawlers still use much of this layout, which then slowly transforms into purely 1 or 2 characters, first person, proper first person view, like the Elder Scrolls series, and the other split is with the party, with the larger party stuff that is going to be more exclusive to the isometric games. Rebels is fine. And what I don't like is how many things they are trying to retcon. Things that we know didn't quite happen that way. Maybe it's small things, but you are taking for me a very established universe away from me. And yeah, I think you can see that I won't. That is something I feel like I don't like. Is it something I really can complain about a lot? Not really. I mean, it's fair, but yeah. Yes, but for me, it can't ever exist in a vacuum. I need to find a good angle for the moment. For me, it can't exist in a vacuum. It's just the way it works for me. So, and I have some, yeah, and this it's just, yeah, it's unfortunate, but 7, 8, and 9 are, yeah. I would have wanted to, and I gave them a chance, and I went into the first movie, and everything. There's really not a good. There's not really any way they could have won me back over after that disaster. Okay, but I do want to finish my thoughts here for this game. So this is showcasing that there is the trying to go going first person 3D. This is a pseudo 3D fair, but going into that 3D environment. And then you have, on the other hand, the party based games that are going to still be coming up, that then take the Western genre into the proper CRPGs. And this is basically the splitting point where you have the party, but from a first person perspective as a dungeon crawler. Um, and the complexity and the way that it is going is a lot more action oriented and really, together with the Champions of Kryn from last time, showing the ideas where these two different genres want to go. And I am happy you liked it. I seriously am. I don't like being like I don't like something, especially like Star Wars. I loved Star Wars before Disney. It's not it doesn't feel good to need to say I don't like it anymore. But I am happy for everybody who can enjoy it. So if you enjoy it, enjoy it as much as you can. But I will quickly need to go back to break and ads and all of that, to prepare the next game called Simon the Sorcerer. It's going to be another adventure, and we're going to see some more advancements and changes from yesterday, and I'll be showcasing and discussing those. So I'll be seeing you in about 3 minutes after the break. Thank you very much, everybody, for your patience during that time. And as I said, I'll be seeing you after the break. And yeah, thank you very much again for your patience.
Do you really want me to read it all again?
Welcome back. Well, I am back. I don't need to welcome you back, but thank you very much for your patience during this quick break. And so yeah, this is Simon the Sorcerer, released in what was it, September of 1993. It was a CD release, and so they could do a lot more. It was purely a CD release, so they could do a lot more than...
This magical map is used to speed around the game.
So they could do quite a bit more than Monkey Island could do text-wise, because those first ones were only were not disc-based, they were floppy-based, so floppy disk-based, having a lot less capacity to do that. So the original did have some voice acting as well, if I remember correctly. And again, this land is not very deadly, but we came here to help out a magician called Calypso, and can we look at the stone table,
a stone
for example?
table used for the sacrificing of shaved lions.
And there's again some unnecessary detail in there.
Used to speed around the game.
And I use the map. I can. The owl tree, the... okay. Okay, so we have encountered a few places. We have the troll here.
No right to do this. He's stopping anyone from crossing the bridge.
I shall not be moved.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be moved.
Too far now. I'm back. Will you let me across now?
Not until I have satisfaction.
How would you like your goat?
Stewed would be nice. It's been ages since I had stewed goat.
I'll see what I can do for you, okay?
Okay.
So he wants a stewed goat to let me pass. Can we talk to the goats?
I really could do with some luscious grass.
Excuse me, Mr. Goat.
Look, buzz off, kid.
I'm trying to sort something out.
Okay, doesn't want to talk to me.
Okay. It is impossible to strike up an intelligent conversation with an inanimate object.
I shall not.
Quite fair.
Not be moved.
Okay.
Look, let's be reasonable.
Let's be reasonable now about this. We're talking to a bridge troll. I think this path leads to the witch's cottage. There's a wolf there in the forest that doesn't want anything to do with me. And indeed, this was the witch's cottage, if I remember correctly.
I'd better knock. Nobody home.
Nobody home. Can we open the door?
I have a bad feeling about this.
Okay, there's a few things about here. There's a black cat. There's a loom. Can we talk to the cat?
I'm not Dr. Dolittle, you know. It's full of smelly green stuff. Somehow I don't think this one's lucky.
There's a mouse hole in the back there.
There's a small mouse hole in the skirting board.
The cat does not seem to be too bothered.
I used to make these things when I was younger.
A pumpkin head? And that's
I
not
wonder if
Halloween.
it's the one from Sleeping Beauty.
Can we use it? Can we prick
I don't know how to
ourselves?
spin.
Yep, fair enough. Can we pick anything up?
I don't want it. It gives me the creeps.
Doesn't want the pumpkin head.
It looks like the sort of thing a witch might fly on.
Maybe we can fly on it.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Ain't no one ever told you not to steal from a witch?
And we're getting told off here.
No, miss. Sorry, miss.
You looks like a wizard to me.
Yes, ma'am.
I hate wizards. Get out of here before I do something nasty.
Yes, ma'am.
So, trying to get
That was a close one.
something, and instead of killing us, as Sierra would have absolutely done,
It's
we're
a
getting
very
told
deep
off.
well.
And we use the rope.
That doesn't work.
Okay, that doesn't work. There's a
The
handle.
handle to wind the rope up.
Can we use the handle? And there is a bucket. Can we pick up the bucket?
It's too big for me.
Well, the well is too big, but can you pick up the bucket? Very nice. Now we have a bucket of water. Again, as many of the two adventure games we've seen before, you click on stuff, you see if you can, if you find anything. Oh yeah, they also wanted something, didn't they?
How are you lot then?
How's the search going?
Not bad, not bad.
Good. See you later.
Was looking for something for them. Oh yes, they wanted some wood. They did want some wood. There's a lot of wood there in the background, but that is apparently not usable. There's another branch in the path here. That, if I remember correctly, leads to the owl path. That leads back to the village. Oh, there is somebody here. A barbarian.
He's got a thorn stuck in the bottom of his foot.
And we talk to him.
Ow, can you help me, boy?
What appears to be the problem?
What appears to be the problem?
It's this thorn. I got it stuck in my foot and I can't get it out.
How do you survive with such a near fatal wound?
It's only the courage of a bear that prevents me from passing out.
Okay, let's have a look at it. Soon have this out. It might sting a bit.
Ow!
There we are, all done.
Thank you so much. I'm forever in your debt.
Think nothing of it.
Okay, but here, take this whistle. If you ever need any help, just blow it and I'll be there.
Thanks. What a nice guy.
So, we've made a friend. And he has given us a magical whistle with which we can summon him. And there are a few more paths here. Let's take this one. And so, yeah, you run a... Okay, that is not something I expected to see here.
It says, caution, paleontological dig in process.
Yeah, it does seem like a dig,
There's
but...
a strange man digging down there.
Can we talk to him?
Hello? Is there anybody down there?
Ain't nobody here but us chickens.
Do you have a permit?
Have you got a permit for this, sir?
Permit? Do you not know who I am?
You're adding to your interesting rock collection.
You're adding to your interesting rock collection?
Not bad. I'm the famous Dr. Von Jones.
You can't fool me.
You can't fool me. You're a paleontologist, aren't you?
Philistine, I'm the most famous paleontologist in the world. I'm looking for the missing link between man and vegetable.
So yeah.
You mean Dan Quayle?
No, I mean fossils, my boy. They are the key to this mystery. You haven't seen any lying around, have you?
As a matter of fact, I haven't.
If you do see any, be sure to let me know.
Okay.
Please go now. I've reached a new seam of very promising rock strata.
I can tell when I'm not wanted.
So yeah, he's kicking us out. We'll be moving on. Not sure if these are registered on the map. No. Center of the forest, though, is now marked. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Continue. And I can exit the map here, and there's a compass. There's some fruit here. There's a rock. Can I pick up that rock?
Oh, look.
I
There's
can.
a word written on it.
And somebody has written something on this rock.
It has the word beer chalked on it.
There's a dwarven mine, apparently.
Oi, dwarves only.
I am a dwarf.
Course you are. Now sod off, or taste the sharp end of your spear.
Nice people.
Can we take a look at it?
I thought I told you to get lost.
But I am a dwarf.
Look, pal, dwarves have beards. Now push off.
I shaved it off.
If you ain't out of my sight in 3 seconds.
So, yeah, they are not the kindest of people. And I'd be just walking back in. And be coming out the other side of the forest here. And there is a woodcutter.
Woe is me.
Who seems to have some problems.
Excuse me?
Yeah?
You look like you need cheering up.
No one could cheer me up. My life is in ruins.
Nonsense. It's never too late to be of good cheer.
That's easy for you to say. What did I do to deserve this?
What exactly is the problem?
Trees.
Trees?
Trees.
The big hard brown things with green bits?
Trees, yes.
I thought woodcutters were problems for trees.
Not these trees around here.
What's so special about these trees?
They have some sort of magical protection over them. The blows of my axe just bounce off.
Were you holding the axe the right way around?
Were you holding the axe the right way round?
I tried holding it in every way imaginable, but to no avail.
Sounds like they must be rubber
Sounds
trees.
like they must be rubber trees to me.
Yeah, I guessed as much.
Who would magically protect a tree?
Wizards are a weird bunch. Who could guess at their motives?
Why don't you just go back to a
Why
normal
don't you
forest?
just go back to a normal forest?
Because all my money is tied up in this house, I can't afford to go back. It looked like a real woodcutter's paradise in the brochure. Now I know why none of the others came here.
Why don't you just buy a magical axe?
Do you know how much those things cost? The only thing that'll help me is an axe made of milrith.
Milrith?
It's an anagram of mithril. It's also the hardest metal known to man.
What? Harder than diamond?
What? Harder than diamond?
Diamond's not a metal. But it's harder than diamond. It's rarer too. I don't know anyone that's ever seen it.
Have you tried the
Have you tried the
dwarves?
dwarves?
If you want mithril, dwarves is fine. But those stunty buggers don't know anything about Melrith. When I asked, all they did was give me this metal detector.
What's a metal detector doing in this dimension?
What are you doing in this dimension?
Working for the good of the people.
This metal detector's detecting metal. Why don't you take it and look around for some Melrith? You couldn't do any worse than me.
Okay.
So I'm given a metal detector, and poor guy is still quite depressed here. Okay, we are missing a
I'll
path
have to
forward
sell
there.
everything.
Can't move into the
I'll
hills,
be the
can I? I
laughing
have to
stock
stay.
of the guild. What shall I do?
And I use the metal
I don't think I'll
detector.
find any Milrith around here.
There's the dwarves again. There's a path up here, and you just go exploring for a while here, just to make sure that you found every nook and cranny, which you can absolutely do, unlike in the Sierra games, which would kill you. There'd be a bear or something inside of here, or the path is so narrow that you're going to be falling off if you don't walk right. It's a great improvement, and it is also a nice showcase for a few other things. Okay, I can't go too far there. Can I open the door? Can I use the door? With the metal
I don't
detector.
think I'll find any Milrith around here.
Talk to?
It is impossible to strike up an intelligent conversation with an inanimate object.
Open
I'd better
door?
knock.
Ah!
And there is indeed somebody in there.
Hello? Anybody home?
Hello?
Huh?
Oh, it is so nice to have person come visit me. I is so pleased.
Are you some sort of boggy person?
Not a buggy pursling. I's one and only swampling, the bestest cook in the land. People come for around miles to eat swamp stew.
But it smells revolting. Let me out of here before I chuck up.
Wow! I thought you were my first birthday friend. I thought you'd come to play with me for my birthday. No one ever comes to see me anymore.
It's your birthday.
It is. Nobody had arrived here yet. I is spending ages making swamp stew, and I is saving my money for hats and cakes. I invited all my bestest friends. I can't wait for them to get here.
I had no idea it was your birthday.
My actual birthday was 2 weeks ago. I don't mind you being late, though. Everyone else is. I think your costume's really good.
Don't worry, though. I've come for your birthday.
Sit! Sit! I bring special birthday stew.
Phew. The stew is cooking for 2
Hang
weeks
on,
already.
I didn't agree to...
Friend, I give my friend special swamp stew. Ancient and secret recipe, handed down from swampling to swampling for generations.
What's in this stuff?
Ancient secret recipe. Can't tell secret ingredients. Step 1, swamp mud, very important ingredient.
Mud? And you expect me to eat this?
Well, nobody likes swampling's cooking no more. I spent hours making stew and then have to throw it. No one comes to eat here now.
If it makes you any happier, I'll eat your stew.
Goody! I'm very pleased with this batch. Extra woodlouse works well.
I wish this was happening to you instead of me.
I think I hear someone. Goody! I think some more friends have arrived. No one there. I hope you like it. Plenty more for friends.
It was delicious, but I really have to go now.
Eat up. It's good for you.
Oh, no. It's an empty wooden chest.
Can I pick up the
It's not
stew?
mine to pick up.
Can I open the door and leave? There's a bucket.
It's a small bucket.
Sit! Sit! Eat up your stew.
Well,
Not again.
I hope you like it. Plenty more for friends.
It was delicious, but I...
am I able... yeah, I am probably able to just leave.
Eat up. It's good for you.
Oh, no.
But yeah, the swampling is very enthusiastic, just
That was a lucky escape.
me being there and... or, well, Simon being there, because I'm not sure if I could have stomached that. And we are traveling to the swamp here a little bit. again, one of the really good things is that you can go around and you are not going to die at every nook and cranny.
Ugly barbarian. A statue of a really ugly barbarian.
Okay. Probably can't pick that up. That's too heavy and big.
A solid stone statue of a wizard.
That could be an issue. And I do think that I still have to do the wizard's trial.
He's in a deep sleep.
Can we talk to
I
him?
don't think I could shout loud enough to wake him. If I could find a way to knock it over, I could get across the chasm.
Okay, so we are at the end here. So we have found the sleeping giant.
This magical map is used to speed up this magical map.
There's the bridge, there's the owl tree, there's the village. There's some knickknacks about there. I'm looking for the bar again. That's a wagon wheel. Can't pick that up, can I?
It's too big for me.
Chocolate truffle door.
It's locked. It already is.
It is already closed.
I could never get through all that. I'm not wearing it.
Okay. There's... And so, of course, it goes on and you need to find what you need to do. You need to find the right items.
It's set to Milrith finding mode.
Can I use it here?
I don't think I'll find any Milrith around here.
Can I talk to the blacksmith?
Good morning. He's too engrossed in his work to hear me.
Can I open the door?
It's locked.
I can't remove the bar either. And this leads us to the wizard's cottage. And we have, well, Calypso is the reason we're here, and we have to help him out. If I go here, and then over here, this side, then I'll be getting to the bar, back to the wizards. Maybe they can give me another hint on what to do. Oh, there's a dwarf sitting here.
I wouldn't want to wake him.
Oh, I absolutely would want to wake him at the moment.
Hello again.
Yeah?
I'd like a wet wizard, please.
Hang on a moment. I'm sure I've got some sparrow juice down here somewhere. Where is it?
And then you have these...
Oh, Helen Buckshot. I'm sorry, sir, I can't seem to find any sparrow juice at the moment.
That's okay. I'm underage anyway.
Anything else, sir?
Okay.
See you around.
I'm not going to be able to get any of the drinks.
I've got 2 chows, 2 pongs, and a gong.
You got the
Here.
staff, then? What did you say it looked like again?
It's sort of staff-shaped, but it's got a crystal sphere on the end.
Okay, then.
Where did you say we were?
Okay, I have to...
Quaint rural village, according to the guide.
I do have to find the stuff for
Been making
them,
no
although I
progress
have
with
no
that
idea
task.
where I would be finding that stuff. Oh, there's some matches. Let's pick those up. I had not...
I haven't got any quarters.
not gotten around to that. He doesn't have any quarters to play the fruit machine, so we're not losing any quarters either. So to a degree, that's actually a good thing. That's the way around. Okay. There's a layout to the village, but it's not... it is not... I didn't quite remember it. There's a shop here, but I don't have any money to buy stuff. Although, maybe getting a cake here, or cakes.
The asparagus jelly goes here with all the other jellies.
Yeah, I disagree. It should be put here with the other...
I would like to buy this.
That's a special order.
Okay.
I would like to buy this.
They're a special order.
Is everything a special order?
They're just display models.
I would like to buy this.
They're reserved.
I would like to buy this.
What would you want with them?
I would like to buy this.
This is a faulty batch.
Are they selling anything useful?
It's broken.
I would like to buy this.
There's none left.
I would like to buy this.
I can't sell it. It's a family heirloom.
Yeah, you're not really selling anything practical.
I would like to buy this.
I'm sorry, they're all reserved for Nonak the Barbarian.
I would like to buy this.
I can't sell them. I use them for cooking.
You're displaying them as if it was sold.
I would like to buy this.
That'll be 1 gold piece.
That's extortion. Forget it.
I still need to get a few gold pieces, so... No money, no buying, but at least they are selling something. So... This game never reached the same level that Monkey Island did. It did have a few... It has a few more games in its series, and they're all decent fun. But the main reason of the showcase here today is the adoption, very first of the this is not going to be deadly.
Can't we talk about this like civilized adults?
I shall not. I shall.
Posture check and hydrate. Thank you very much, Tira. So, it's an evolution on the Secrets of Monkey Island. It also does take the idea of not being deadly. And inventory, the word choices here are slightly different. But you have the words to select as you had in the original in Monkey Island. I did showcase it with the nicer graphics, so the word box was hidden and you needed to bring it up, but it worked. And then you had the inventory, you had to collect the items, you had to talk to people. Some people wanted stuff, other people did not. We help this giant out, we get something. The important part, and I'm stressing this again because it is really important. Oh yeah, posture check. All good, thank you. Is that since I do know that the game isn't killing me around every... It's wanting to kill me around every corner.
What's the awful racket? Can you shut up, please?
Sorry, old chap. Can't hear you.
Can you shut up for a minute?
I do beg your pardon.
Thank you.
How can I help you?
So I'm just... interrupted myself there. So, For example, the barbarian. I pulled his thorn out, I talked to him, he was nice, he gave me something. In any of the early Sierra games, either King's Quest or Space Quest or some of the others, it would have been 50-50 if I survived that or not. And that is like, you need to save, you need to try out. If it's deadly, you load again and then you need to do something different. But it is interrupting the gameplay. If you don't remember to save, it's going to be a catastrophe. And here, I can insult him. He's not going to do much to me.
I see, old chap. I bid you good day.
I'm not staying here with that racket going on.
So, understandably, he's a very bad player and we don't want to stay around that. Okay, that is the paleontologist that has been digging his hole there. And as such, we just go about and around. We need to prepare some goat stew for the troll. Oh yeah, the shaved lion's stone. I do have a ladder. Oh, that ladder reminds me, can I? Probably not. Okay, that is not it. It's not quite the corner I imagined. To
this magical map
yes,
is used to
thank
speed
you.
around the game.
So that immediately leads me to the cold area. No, it does not. But the cave does. The back of the cave opens up to the snow fields. No, that opens to the swampling. And then goes on. Okay. Is there something I can walk over to? Where does this lead again? Oh yeah, that leads me past the depressed woodworker, for whom I need to find. I need to find the weird metal
Go up it or down it.
can.
That doesn't work.
Use ladder.
That doesn't. It's a fine example of its kind.
Can I use the rope with the
That doesn't
cord?
work. I don't think I'll find any Millerith around here.
How will I live?
This magical map is used to
I
speed
said
around.
use, please. There is a feather. Let's pick that up. What did the owl have to say?
Excuse me.
And we very much frightened it.
It's you again.
Have you remembered
Have
what
you
it is
remembered
you
what it
wanted?
was you wanted yet?
Wanted? Did I want something?
Yes.
What did I want?
I don't know. You couldn't remember.
Nonsense. I can
Remember?
Remember everything. I'm wise owl. I'm just not very good with
Words?
words. Yes.
Have you got any
Have you
hints?
got any hints for me?
Hints? Yes. You must be
Handsome?
no.
Suave?
No. Your name.
Simon?
That's it. Yes.
So, what advice have you
So,
got?
What advice have you got?
Well, the stars told me I'm an
Idiot?
no.
Owl?
No.
Astrologer?
Yes. Astrologer. Yes.
So he's an astrologer. Okay, interesting. Go on, what's my future?
Go on then, what's my future?
Future. Yes. Future. I have some advice.
Yes?
A dragon is almost the same size as an elephant.
Is that all?
For the moment, yes.
Great.
Come back.
Later?
Yes.
I don't think I'll bother, thanks.
Okay. Oh, I just saw something. We have scissors. That is going... we have a dwarf here. Can we take his beard? Yeah, there is a dwarf here. Use scissors with dwarf. Okay. That's not going to be a happy dwarf. Luckily, nobody said anything.
This magical map is used to speed around the game.
Use center of the forest. There is the dwarven mine. No, not yet. So we have a beard. We're going to be wearing the beard.
Wow. Very sophisticated. Itchy, though.
Well, I'm not.
Alright, mate.
Alright.
What's the password then?
Is it beer?
You may pass.
Right on.
So we didn't manage to enter the mines. I just was like, we have scissors. Oh bloody hell, that's going to be unfortunate for that poor dwarf. Oh, let's have a look at the bottle. That's probably beer.
It's an empty beer bottle.
Oh, it's empty.
He appears to be asleep. He's assaying the gems from the mine.
Can we talk to him?
Watch ya, fella dwarf.
Go away, I'm busy.
What's rattled your cage?
You, now go away.
I'm an inspector from head office.
Where's your ID?
I've left it at home.
Leave me alone.
So there is probably something we can do with that.
Anyone for a beer?
Can we pick up one of the bottles here?
The There's no point. They're all empty.
Let's have a look at the barrels. Are they empty as well?
They are beer barrels. He looks drunk. He probably couldn't tell his arse from his elbow.
Damn, that is a drunken dwarf. Apparently we can't go any further than that. There's a spigot on that though. But apparently we can't use it. Hello, Drag. Hello, how are you? I hope you're having a good Friday so far and that you can be looking forward to a great Friday to come. Currently, I am.
Stop! Guard, get rid of him!
Duty dwarves only.
Do you accept bribes?
Bribes? Bribes? What did you have in mind?
Hang on a minute.
It had better be good.
Okay, so definitely we can bribe him. You just woke up? Well, I do hope that your coming Friday is going to be very nice. Yeah, it's not much better here. It's hot, it's humid, it's awful. But I'm trying to do the best of it. I hope that at least you did manage to get some sleep. You were cold. Can we maybe switch a few degrees back and forth? Although with how hot it is, it's probably going to be very quickly very troublesome. So yeah. Yeah, but we're quite hot here. Let me have a look. We're looking at 35 degrees currently outside. Yeah, it's not great, the heat. We have this asleep dwarf. Can we use the bucket on him? Use bucket of...
for a beer?
Use bucket of water on the dwarf. That doesn't work. Use... feather. The feather works. Ah, he just rolled about a little bit. And now we can get a key. But yeah, no, it is terribly hot, and there's unfortunately not too much to be done. Let's remove the beard and put it back into...
Ah, that's better.
And let's put it back here, and then I'll be saving the game and do some final discussion minutes here. So, another adventure, taking on the ideas that we explored a little bit in The Secret of Monkey Island, trying to have a more classical fantasy at this juncture, trying to weave the humor and a lot of fourth wall breaking here with modern items in this fantasy world and typical fantasy stuff, wearing the dwarven, like the dwarves being very conscious of their beards, and we unfortunately having shaven one of the dwarves now. I hope he doesn't wake up anytime soon, and maybe we can find some glue to get it back, but yeah, you're called here. You're on this adventure, which is actually an adventure because you can't really do anything wrong. You can how shall I say? You can try stuff out. You're not at risk of ending your game then and there and needing to reload because there was a deadly encounter that you did not expect to be coming there. So it is actually very nice from that regard. Yeah, we're almost up to 100, and yeah, islands do help to keep the temperature down. You do need to trade it for a higher humidity. I don't... Cold, but humid is fine for some reason for me. I don't mind cold humid. I'm actually I feel always quite happy about it because then my lips don't chafe as quickly and all of that. So that there's easy ways around that. But in general, I do feel humid cold is better than humid hot. Humid dry works much better because, well, you're sweating a lot more efficiently, cooling down a lot more efficiently. Unfortunately, humid and hot is blocking that natural cooling. Yeah, with these big lakes and the air pushing it down from the north into Michigan, I can imagine that it is pretty humid as well. But yeah, still coming back to the game, still early enough that more gameplay is hard with the amount of story and now voice that has been put in. And since story is the focus, that is what people are rightly so focusing on. And then, but it is clear that since Monkey Island, the idea of building an adventure game that kills you or that threatens to kill you around every corner with every decision, with every trial, is gone and instead replaced with humor, with being able to openly explore, to help people without that risk of getting into a lot of trouble. And there is something I find that is very nice if I come back in here.
So, the little wizard has returned. You want to fight, do you? You want a wizard's duel?
Fighting is totally against my principles.
You mean losing is totally against your principles? You're chickening out.
Absolutely. I value my life.
Typical wizard. Now get out of here before I show you some real magic.
Yes, ma'am.
Can't go in and try to steal
That was a close one.
the broom again, but I can just be like, oh, I'm a coward, I'm going out. Even if I were to choose other things, it is not going to get me a game over. And that is why you can explore, you can try stuff out, and when you're stuck, you can just bash everything together until something works. So that is the great thing about here. And then the humor, the voice acting, and do remember this is 1993. Yes, it was one of the first games that only came on CD-ROM, so it did have I think at least it came only on CD-ROM. Might have been a non-voiced version as well on floppy disks. Don't quote me on that now, I'd need to check that. But it has voice acting, it goes around and it plays with it a lot of... So we want to tell a story. What is the next step after we have the graphics down? We add voice acting so that you can become more immersed into the world and the interactions between these characters. Well done. Unfortunately, though, I will need to take another quick break. So I'll be back in about 3 minutes at the top of the hour. Thank you very much, everybody, for your patience with and during the break. And I'll have a little bit more discussion after starting the next game, of which I can't tell a lot, but it is going to mostly be talking about for itself, since I'll be running the original Doom. And so I don't think that game needs an introduction. So I'll be seeing you after the break. Thank you very much for your patience with the break and the ads, and see you after the break. Okay, I am back. We'll be getting into Doom. We're going to be we'll be playing the first episode in GZ Doom for the reason that is not the difficulty I wanted. For the reason that it is the modern version a lot more easily playable and still a ton of fun. There we go. So, prepare for your doom. Yeah, that is... Well, the demons have to prepare. I ought not to be too bad, even though I haven't pushed hard here for a while. But ultra-violence here is the difficulty I can properly showcase. I hope you can see well enough, because it seems to be pretty dark to me. Now that I took a look at the OBS, so let me know if it is too dark for you to see. Yeah, the daddy of every FPS game, every FPS game can just trace its origin back to Doom, and as a genre, none has been as influenced by a single game than shooters have been. Okay. It is not too dark, okay. Because some of these corners are actually quite dark. And while I can see the monsters lurking behind, I'm not sure if you can. So, there are a few quite interesting things. Of course, I am missing you. Oh, this way to get the elevator. There we go. There's the elevator. Oh yeah, absolutely. It has a banger soundtrack. Very heavy metal inspired, of course, and the speed and everything, it's... I do understand that for shooters, some people want it fast, some people want it slower, some people want it tactical. There is a place for more than just fast-paced action shooters like Doom, although for good, well, I think good reason they are still my favorite. I do really enjoy the idea of running around and yeah, shooting people like this. It is something that I, again, personally enjoy very much, and but I can understand people enjoying Call of Duty or so, although those have been, in my opinion, very much overdone by now. Doom, again, holds a very large cultural significance in that it was not only the first commercially successful shooter, but it was also the first that okay, you can count Wolfenstein 3D as a shooter, and then this is the next big shooter that is immediately the caliber that you need to try and match. So for everybody else, this is what you have to try and match up to. Yeah, the Doom was, back in the day, it needed a 486 processor. It did not run on any of the consoles. It did not... It was a... Nowadays, yes, it can. You can probably play it on basically anything, the original version of Doom. But back in the day, it was a bit of a hardware test. And that did lead to the fact that a lot of people would buy a new PC or upgrade their PC for this. And it couldn't run under on any of the consoles in any decent fashion, for example. It is the time where the PC really managed to overtake consoles, and in this aspect for shooters I do not think that it has ever come back to consoles, even though the popularity wise it has. Technically the PC is so superior to console here that there's not really a good way to put it, unfortunately, in my opinion. PC is just the better way to play and enjoy a shooter. And that all did start with Doom. No, the original Doom, this version you could absolutely play on your phone. If it can start Pokemon Go, it can do this. You do need to remember that this is a late 1993 release, and that despite the technical marvels, the lighting engine that was amazing for the time, the 3D, the surroundings that used really clever techniques in order to get everything done. I do not know of any Doom here, but I'd be very surprised if you hadn't the opportunity to, if you find a decent version of this. I am very certain that it would not be an issue, that it would not give you an issue with playing. It is very... And that is something it did at the end. They had versions for the Super Nintendo, they had versions for a few other consoles, and now it is getting properly dark. Display. Let's push the darkness up a little bit. Okay, I can see properly. Again, can you? Or more properly again, that one was designed to be quite dark, but it was a little bit too dark even for my taste. So I am pretty sure this is going to be running just fine on any modern machine. I mean, you can run it on a pregnancy test, for heaven's sake, so it can run on your phone. Nope. I wanted the shotgun. Click, click, click. Let's collect everything we can. So nowadays it is it is one of those games that is probably running on everything. And yes, this is my boomstick. I'm not sure the demons properly understand that. But they do understand the language of exploding barrels, so... Anything up here? There's no secret passage here. And as we already saw in Biomenace, this game as well has the idea of less score and more because it's not a huge point score, but it is a percentage score of being like, yeah, have you found everything? Are you missing anything? And again, does secrets in a way that I still find is basically exclusively a PC style. I do consider the new Dooms mainly PC games over consoles. I'm happy the consoles got a release, but the definitive version very much is the Did I go too far? How far do I need to go in order to get there? There we are. Got the secret here. There you go. Okay. I did get you. There's the switch, and now if I go out here, I can just go over here into the next secret. And I am catching myself a rocket launcher. There's another backpack. Oh, that is what I thought. Okay, what? Why can't I pass through there? I wasn't quick enough. Okay, this is a you need to be quick part of the secret. Okay, dang it. So, I don't think anybody can, though, deny the importance of Doom on the gaming industry, especially with how popular shooters are in modern gaming. And again, I do have the question and the wish that some of the... That was bad. No. Toxin refinery, that is where I need to go. Okay, I do need to restart the toxin refinery. That unfortunate drop there killed me. One of the reasons that you do need to be a little bit more careful than I just was. The middle is fine dropping into that. So yeah, there's a few moments where the game is still on the old arcade hard side. There is not really a good reason that you can't clamber out of that in some way. You were unattentive, you're taking some damage. If you don't have enough health, you die, that's fine. Completely going down here completely is not exactly exactly fair, I think. Luckily, we can reactivate that part of the secret tour, so to say. Boom, boom. Okay, did take a little bit more damage than I would have wanted. Not immediately seeing you was bad. At least I'm going up to 100 health. So yeah, games are the FPS genre, and everything does really owe itself to Doom. It was a must-have game for every console and every yeah, if everybody wanted a copy or a version of Doom, not many got the version that really does the original justice. No matter how much work was put into the ports, none really managed to measure up well to them. And now I need to push this and... No. Bad Desdar. That's not the exit. The exit was over there. Okay. That was me being silly. Let's pepper some bullets into this room. And I do think that I want to just clear it out with a bit of a bullet hose. I will be going down here immediately, giving myself a lot more surface to stand on. That is another thing that was standout Doom, that monsters were able to fight one another. So if they shot another monster instead of you, then and that other monster had not been attacking anybody yet, that would result in some civil war shenanigans between the two. Monster closets, all of that has been pioneered by Doom. And it is, in my opinion, still a standout release for shooters. I mean, I wish more shooters would be reaching just this level of action and quality. Yeah, absolutely. I hope that you're going to have that the time when you're gone is going to be a good one and not too stressful and annoying, whatever it is you're setting out to do. Shotgun spread and everything is... it feels to a degree wrong to say up to a high standard, because it shouldn't be, but it is up to a high standard. Even still nowadays. I know I've done a ton of rants already about modern games and how can it be that old games just did it better when the older games should have been a blueprint on what to do rather than a okay, this is going to be this is not effort we want to put in anymore. Because, as unfair as it maybe is, that is quite how it feels like that. They do not feel they're maybe not exactly ready, but that they don't want to put this effort in anymore. I don't know. Did we raise the bridge here? We did raise the bridge here. So that's another secret revealed. A few more monster closets to clean out. And a little bit more opening up. I mean, all of this tech was brand new for Doom. The walls lifting up, everything was made for Doom, and we can't have at least this anymore. I mean, I know I've been ranting a lot about it, but to a degree, I have to ask if seriously we're not willing to just reach. Like, fair enough, there are still great indie games, and they do deserve their own. They deserve a shout out, but those are, as unfortunate as it is, not the games that most people will be playing. Most people will be playing big AAA releases. Most people will not be sitting down and taking a look at a smaller indie shooter. Especially, some people will not do it, especially if it has old school pixel art graphics. That is, I'm not exactly sure. Oh, there's an invisible one. Let's just do the sensible thing and block the corridor with lead. And yeah, I have my preferences, but as I said, I can understand why somebody likes Call of Duty or Battlefield. They're not for me, but that doesn't mean that no, nowadays they are overdone slop for sure. But the first ones had a decent quality. Okay. I need to get to them in order for them to come down and lift me. No, sorry, I didn't want to go down there. And yeah, one of the things I will be harping on about a lot, and that I will keep harping on about, is the fact that the industry doesn't even want to match standards that should have been set decades ago. well, there's some... One of these rooms has a secret, although it may have been the other one. So yeah, let's not be ranting too much about what I know that I'll be spending a lot more minutes on later, but let us understand how impactful this game has been and how much, to a large degree, it has changed the gaming landscape to also give PC a much stronger place in it. Okay, we need to... Oh, you're... Ooh, I had some behind as well. That's bad. Okay, that hurt. If you have them only from one direction, yeah, I'm sure you can just punch your way through them. Okay, yeesh. That is not looking very healthy. At least I'm getting a little bit of health here. There's a secret somewhere around here. Not in the summoning room. Oh, no, it comes up later, doesn't it? Yeah, no, it's later. Quite a bit later, actually. 44%. That's giving me a few more percent. But I do think that I got basically every health pack I could have gotten. No, there's some more here. Okay, the armor is looking crap, but at least my health is looking fine. No. You're the corridor, I hadn't taken it before. There's some more phantoms. Come on. Whoever had the idea to make the pinkies invisible deserves a... I'm not sure. Okay. Deserves a special commendation for the evil wrought. Don't want to be fighting in the toxic goo here. Come on up. Released a few more demons. Okay, one more. I'm not coming out of this great, but I should have all the secrets. Okay, indeed, secrets are all collected. And again, this is a game that has some things that were done better later. So for example, if you die, you're going to be losing your entire equipment and be left with nothing but the pistol. That is another part of why the secrets are so important, because if you do die, you respawn, sorry. There is not... The game isn't only giving you a certain limited number of lives and then kicking you out, but the fact that you are then that you have lost the entirety of the equipment when it's already been proven that the game currently that you either are lacking mastery or the game is just too hard for you at the moment, and it's been proven because, well, you died. And then you have to restart with only a pistol, weakening you quite a bit through that is... an old school idea. You get... If you die, you get punished hard. Oh, bloody hell, I wasn't quick enough there for the soul orb. That's gone, and that's probably a secret that I'm not getting. Just wasn't quick enough to get back onto the top of the platform. Oh well. This is the maze. Close quarters just open up if you have a big group. Enemies being all dead is more important than conserving ammunition at the moment. Although this is so close quarters that for the imps, a single shotgun blast should be sufficient. Although it appears with the way that I am hitting, 2 are necessary. Oh, you had one in the back. Came out of this path? Aggroed you out of this path. Come around the corner, there you go. There we go. Damn it, that was another scratch. Wasn't going for another scratch here. And that is raising the exit platform. Or it has raised the exit platform. Meaning we have only to clear out a few more rooms before we have completed this level. Not going to be 100%, but that is fine. There you go. Just putting in an extra maze there. It's such a weird idea, but it really does work. Yeah, I'm missing one of the secrets. That was a soul orb. I am not going to be getting that. And there is nothing here. Click! Level complete. Unfortunately not to the degree I would have wanted, but I knew there was something in there. And when nothing I didn't immediately hear anything, I felt like, oh, maybe I was mistaken. No, I should have trusted my instincts here. Getting shot in the back by its colleague. Not that I care too much. If they want to help me out by shooting one another, why not? There's a few more down there, more down. That's another explodey barrel. Yeah. I don't think I could have reasonably been expected to have this event and not include Doom. It is just too big a release, too big of a moment in gaming history to not include it. I mean, it is one of the few games whose influence still today is felt deeply in the gaming industry and in the legacy that it crafted. And that is just something that basically no other game can really say of itself, that it has this deep a legacy, this much influence on a genre by itself. The other big influence on shooters is Halo, which finally introduced the scheme that really made shooters viable on console. Not that it is terribly great. I do still think that consoles do suffer significantly from their control schemes. But it made it viable and thus introduced a new audience to it, which that is not an issue that I have. That is not something I have any issues with. If you are, the more people can play and enjoy something, I think that is always very much worth it. I do not want to go up there, but we do have a few more moments here, like another soul orb, which quite significantly, which is quite a significant empowerment here. We have another one over here. Do I have any doors? Yes, there are a few more doors even over here. And that just teleported me back to the beginning. That's not exactly where I wanted to end up on. Do you come down again? Yes, there is a walking trigger there. Okay, that's another way leading out, and I do just need to find the blue key card then. So let me get around, do that blue key card, and then come back for the second part here. And there's quite a few more enemies that want some piece of me. Looking good. I'm guessing this is a monster. Nah. There is a there are night vision goggles here, if I remember correctly. At the end of the corridor of... Okay. So down here, that's the... Nope. That's not the exit I was expecting here. I want to leave you alone for a little bit here. I thought that there was a night vision goggle around here. Have I? Is it a secret and have I missed the entrance to it? No? There we go. Yes. There is the auto map. There was the auto map there. And that is one more secret. Yeah, not really possible there, but... Oh, well. A lot of guys come by to greet me. That is another secret. Missing one more secret. Okay, that's just a door opening. Okay, missing another secret. That's okay. Not sure what I was missing, but yeah, getting to secret processing, one of the last maps here, and I'm pretty sure. Well, maybe if I do hurry up a little bit, I can. Open sesame. Come on in, come on in. I probably did serve a lot of life-reducing medicine there. Again, we have a bloody invisible one. And there's also a Gatling gun. I do seem to remember that there was at least another secret around here. It's been a while though. Welcome back, Drake. I hope you had a good good whatever you wanted to do, and no, you do not need to tell me. I'm just hoping that you had a good time. Well, apparently not any secrets here. Okay. Let's collect a little bit and move on to red door. I'll be cleaning some... Okay, you were supposed to notice me earlier and come around already. Okay, no secret here. But there was a door there. I knew it. I mean, it may not have been a secret, but it was correct. There was something there. Oh, I'm standing in there already. Another secret. Again, don't mind me. And here is also the night vision. And I have an opening here, which apparently is not in and of itself a secret. Well, fair enough. If you're not a secret, you're just a room cleaned up. Fireballs are nice and glowy here. Ouch. I see them. I should be evading. Although, if I take a look at that, I was maybe evading into that wall. Plum, plum, plum. There's a lot of fireballs coming from behind there as well. Sometimes you just want to be able to enjoy a high RPM fire rate. Well, some more secrets over here. Some more dead demons showing the way. Whoa. You're in the requirement of a bit more. Ouch. Okay, even that is still too close. Can't safely pass that corner. You look like like there's a passage over there. Okay, that is definitely weird. Because that would mean the exit would be... There is the exit. Some imps coming back out again. Some more damage to be getting around here. It is at least worth it in the end. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, the solar did lower again. Thank you very much for that. Okay. I resulted in some chaos. And I need to go take this way back in, don't I? So yeah, I did cause a lot of chaos, and now I have to clean this chaos up. Somebody with a slightly better timing was waiting on the other side of the door. Lost almost... No, I did lose my complete armor. Click, click, click. Where are we here? That's just activated something. Probably opening that door. I mean, I am probably the bravest about here because even the demons do not want to brave the toxic goo. Oh, come on. Where? Seriously? Damn it. I got eaten. Just had to take a break. It's too warm. Absolutely fine. Don't worry about it. I just took a look. I thought I would be through this level a little bit quicker. So yeah, I've already talked much about it. It is one of the standout releases, and what it had as a legacy, I think, is in a way incomparable to basically any other game. There is great noms. Well, it looks like it. I hope that the demon is satisfied with the course. I would have preferred either some lead or explosives, but well, it was not to be. But yeah, it's a great game. It's still a ton of fun. It runs nowadays on basically everything. You can find a version that will run on what you have for sure. Is it the most fun? Is it the best version ever? Probably not, but it is going to be running. And again, this was something that only worked on PCs. Consoles unfortunately did not have the grunt to do what was required here, but it still left a legacy and put, for a while at least, PC gaming into a position, together with later on the RTS games, that were just some genres that for a long time the consoles couldn't touch. RTS, I think, is arguably still not playable on consoles due to the control schemes needed, but it is absolutely great. And Scavenger, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a fantastic Friday so far, and that you can be looking forward to a fantastic continuation of your Friday. It's afternoon for me, and unfortunately I will need to take a quick break to the top of the hour to prepare the next game and to have the hourly ads run during that time so that it's not getting into the way. But I do think that I have said everything that really needed to be said about Doom. And if you do have a chance, do give it a try. If you're on PC's GZ Doom, and the wads are easily findable, and you're going to have a lot of fun with it, I'm sure, if you like shooters. So I'll be taking a short, about 3 minutes break. Again, there'll be the ads running during that. I'll be preparing Mega Race. And thank you very much, everybody, for your patience with and during the ads. And absolutely, Doom, give it a try. I'll be seeing you after the break. Thank you very much. And yeah, again, see you after the break.
Welcome to I really
we're back. Thank you everybody for your patience. And we are back with Mega Race. I already showcased Mega Race 2 at one point before. Okay, that was absolutely not what I ought to have done. There we go. So, we're going to be playing on the novice level. This is the Hall of Fame, and we're having a few cars and tracks here. So,
from now on, you are on your own, Forza. And as I always say at this point in the show, have a nice death, baby.
So, what is Mega Race? Is a car combat game with a lot of FMV stuff added to it. Why do I showcase this after F-Zero yesterday being a much more interesting racer? Although Mega Race 1 compared to Mega Race 2 is better in that you're allowed to be driving properly into the screen rather than having a weird view that is coming across the top. Across the top, Mega Race 2 basically made a mistake in trying to have everything pre-rendered. So to a large degree, yeah, this is quite similar to, well, it has some similarities to Mario Kart, which is also, if we're honest, a car combat game rather than purely a pure racer.
Toasted pulp as we speak. Of course, he only got splatted virtually. But even so, how many times can anybody's neurons take that kind of partying? I got the statistics right here, only I'm not allowed to tell.
But it is showcasing something. With the advent of CDs and the space that CDs had,
They couldn't find the legend, so they built it. Right,
adding a game such as Mega Race, which is without the FMV, maybe some 10 megabytes. You're leaving some 600 and no, it's 650. So you're leaving some, let's say 630 megabytes empty. Is that worth then releasing on a CD? I would nowadays say yes, but they tried to come up with ideas that they could fill the space more, where they ran into the problems that the computers of the time didn't have the grunt necessary to really shift video, which nowadays nobody thinks about anymore. So the quality isn't really great here.
The place sure hasn't been the same since these.
And yeah, there's new races, new cars here. We can switch them and we can race them, and it's all it's less about the racing and more about the car combat, but it is an interesting moment where the arcades could not quite hold the same interest anymore, since the hardware had become so performant that it really wasn't necessary anymore to have the arcade cabinets. The home computer was proficient enough with what needed to be done that it was that was absolutely feasible to get games such as this released on PC. And thus again, people started to experiment more. And this is one of the results. It is a decently competent racer, and we have a few of the same issues that is recurring. So I was not misremembering it. Should have just kept going. So the tracks are not in directly 3D track. And if you go into a corner, like it is coming up here, the car is pulling weirdly because you're not having a 3D corner that is ahead of you that you are crossing. You're on a pre-rendered course. And in order to be able to have you go through it, it shifts you, and instead of allowing to properly turn into the course, if you understand what I mean. And unfortunately, I did not win the race, and so I lost, but I did get into the Hall of Fame. Again, there's a ton of FMV here.
From now on.
To which I don't... okay, fair enough. You have a lot there, and they're trying to be just funny. So, somehow... I will need to be able to recharge weapon energy, although how... So as you see, the car shifts weirdly because the track shifts. This car is a little bit on the faster side, so the shifts are more pronounced. But it may only be that it feels that way instead of looking that way. But yeah, it is an artifact of how the game has been made, and it is actually it does require quite a bit of adjustment if you're used to normal races. But again, it's a result of its time where issues such as these were due to the experimenting that was going on. Nobody was sure exactly how 3D would be working. Everybody was trying to do 3D. Doom, I think, the Doom engine was one of the best engines back during that time. Having some of the best showcase on how to do 3D properly, or the pseudo 3D effect. This is a pre-rendered. This is basically, we're watching a pre-rendered video through which we are driving. So, the speed of our car determines how quickly we are going through the pre-rendered video, and and then the game is adjusting the position of the car and everything to try and give a feeling of into the screen racing.
If you have a
And again, there's a ton of FMV in
time
here.
to select your Mega Race machine, Enforcer. Look at those beauties. Go ahead, help yourself.
And we're getting new choices. I think I'll be sticking with this one. This seems to be a very decent machine. And again, new track, new video. We are driving through. Can't quite. Quite happy, but we do still need to get to first place. I mean, did I even hit you? I don't have any energy anymore. This is though the last car that I need to overtake. It is quite a tight track. Okay, but I do think that I'll be able to take him here. Okay, and we're in front. Gameplay is very basic and will be iterated on later on, but as a trial, as a CD FMV mixture pre-rendered track racer, it shows the willingness and how much people did just want to experiment and produce varying quality. This is not a game unlike Doom, or I would say you absolutely still need to give it a try. But it is still definitely a competently put together racer, even if I can understand that it is not a very easy racer to live with anymore. Okay, how didn't I get the job done? I thought I was on first place. Maybe I need to. Do I need to destroy everybody? That's not the case in Mega Race 2. But yeah, the technologies here that they're trying out, just throwing stuff onto the wall, see what sticks, is what I think makes this a game worthy remembering, if not necessarily if not quite yet necessarily still making it one of the games that you do need to give it a try nowadays. But you see how, or I hope you can see how.
I really hate to interrupt, tough guy, but there's only about a zillion viewers out there waiting to see you in action. So get in gear, baby. Choose a car.
So yeah, he's not happy with me needing some time here. because I did want to just take a quick look. And I just realized there's something else I've forgotten. I've been pretty good about it yesterday. Luckily, the category I'm currently in is a catch-all category. Let's get this updated though. So yeah, no, as far as I can take here. Well, let us jump back into a car. We are still going to be playing easy mode. We still haven't really mastered it yet. You bought some more cheese and chocolate milk yesterday. Well, I am happy that you found some. I hope you can enjoy it. And the people are not very excited currently. Well, partially because I'm not getting close enough to this car to blow it up, I'm guessing. Don't have the range here. Are you kidding me? I've gone an entire lap without being able to... Well, like this, I am quickly back to car selection and difficulty selection. Okay, let's try that again. Again, I am skipping a lot of these FMVs because it's just not... it is not what you're... what you would have wanted to... what I would have... I mainly came for in a racing game. And as you can see, there are moments when the cars definitely should be lined up, but due to how the pre-rendered track works, they were not lined up on the track. Okay, I am in pole position, at least if I can trust that one down there. I do think that I need to overtake this car still. I am knocking it a little, but if I can't destroy it, that is not going to be useful. Okay. Managed to get in front of it. And still not happy. I am wondering whether I'm missing something. Okay. It's weird that I'm not even able to win the first track anymore. We are going to do novice. No, this is just fine. Here I can see my virtual car and the details about it. Although I'm just seeing the pre-rendered 3D model, not the stats of the car. There we go. Strongly armored, 2 high beam reactors, some weight information. Okay. Again, I did find it
From now on
a very useful car before. Okay, next car ready for the scrap heap, hopefully. And that's another car destroyed. I have the turns.
They couldn't.
And I do need to destroy the cars that are ahead of me. Okay. Or if I can destroy the cars, then the excitement is high enough. That's another destroyed car. That's another destroyed car. And now I don't need points. I need some weapon energy. I'm getting some points here. And the last car managed to explode itself.
Toasted pulp as we speak. Of course, he only got.
And then there's a reminder that this is all virtual and we're not really killing or hurting anybody, even though we're blowing up the cars. Okay. Okay, those are... There was some useful stuff in there. And since I need to destroy you, I do want to stay behind you if possible. And there was some energy there I could have collected. Well, then we're going to be knocking the car. That's another car down. Come on. There we go. Okay, so unlike the first game, this is purely the car combat, and I need to destroy the other cars. And there we go. That's all the cars destroyed.
This level of intensity, tough guy? Or have you given your all in one spectacular race? Viewers, if you're watching the repeat, please don't phone in to tell me the answer. I hate it when they ruin the suspense. You just won yourself a prize, Enforcer. Come and take a look. Say, I'd go for one of these myself if I didn't already have a box full.
And we are getting a prize here.
Fabulous trip to the Seychelles. Hey, aren't they supposed to be islands or something? Aloha, baby. Me, Lance.
And so we're winning quite a few troublesome prizes. Not that that is really something you could do. Well, you could do that already, but I mean, okay.
You can't. It's time to select.
And I did manage to go it through whatever that was supposed to be. Okay, I will need some more energy in order to be able to get all these cars. Unless I am pretty frugal. I think I do prefer Mega Races to set up Come on. I think you're the last car I need to get. And again, I don't need to win, I need to...
And so the struggle for law and order on our freeways claims another victim. You saw it live right here on Mega Race, where death is a short horizontal line on the monitor screen of life.
And that is another loss. I did manage to get up quite a little bit higher than before. And again, we're starting at the bottom. It does have a save function that I'm not using. But, yeah. Let's do one more big try here before I go into a bit more of a discussion about FMV, the trouble they went through where this game was also released. That might be a surprise for some of you. And then some car combat games in general, because there were quite a few more, and quite one a bit more popular than even this. Well, Mega Race, in my opinion, is not all that well known and popular. There's another car gone. Okay, I have speed now, but I do not have weapon energy anymore. And I am not sure if I can find some here. Well, trying to follow me, he did self-destruct, so there is maybe a good reason to stay ahead of my opponents. So far, though not bad, even though I'm completely run out of energy. Okay, just enough, and just about enough energy to destroy the rest of the cars. So, let us save here. For I will be running into a little bit more trouble now, I'm guessing.
Okay,
that was pretty quick. That was the other one. That was the one where I felt like that was weirdly fast.
Keep up.
Oh, we're winning another weird, unusable prize, and we're almost done. That's only 1 or 2 more races, I'm guessing. Racing through the suburb. Okay. Okay, got a little bit more charge for that one. I am the enforcer. I destroy the cars. Yep, I hope that your day at work is going to be decent and that you're not going to be encountering any huge problems. I know, but one can hope. And that is me destroyed. Okay.
And so the struggle for law.
I think I will be loading and retrying it again. I do have enough time for it. So, same car, same track. Let's try that again. And also, I do hope that you're going to have a fantastic rest of your day after work, even if work is not going to go fine. You. No. I am. I am the one destroying cars. Okay, this time I really do need to look out for damage. There we go.
Tough guy, you have won a prize, and believe me, you're going to love it, whether you like it.
Yeah. Whether you like it or not, you are going to get the prize, and you... This game and this series has a certain kind of humor that is, to a very big degree, typically early 90s. Getting some more points here, although points are not really what interests me. Okay, and that's another destroyed car. Now I just need to regen my energy. And that's draining my energy immediately. There we go. Okay. Again, if I can get a little bit more energy, I can destroy this car as well.
Can you keep up? You just...
And I've won another prize.
Behold, the enchanting magical Maver didn't have any...
And another race. And there we go. Two more. Come on, get me away from there. No idea why the slower the car goes, the more it grinds. On the rail. The slower it goes, the easier it should be to turn. And there we go.
Tough guy, you have won a... Are you ready? It's time.
Okay. Next track. I'm going to do one more. Although this was...
Throughout history, hundreds of deranged scientific minds have fallen asleep in the labs late at night to unleash upon an unsuspecting world vast armies of giant...
Okay, I think what is happening, although I'm not 100% sure, since it has this high score system. Okay, and everything is going weird from time to time. Three more cars to remove. And it very much looks like this is going to be quite the clean race. Okay, I still have an enemy somewhere ahead. Come on.
You watching?
Did I win? Okay, it looks like it. Okay, no weapons. That's bad. Okay, let's get into the discussion because it is... I do have a few more things that I was not able to discuss from this game here. So, first off, why did I showcase that? Because of the FMV. That is something that was becoming huge on PC at least, and there were some consoles that dabbled with it, 3DO, and so on. And that maybe already gives you a little bit of a clue to of what let me switch this over. So yeah, Mega Race indeed was also had a 3DO version. The idea there is that because Sega and also the Sega CD, no, let's not forget that. Because we have this new medium, CD-ROMs, which can hold a lot of data, video and music and everything. If you can basically make a video of a racing track, you can then race your car through that, and then you can add the vehicular combat and all of that to it. Use a lot of film some footage for in between the races, make it as an entertainment show, and then you have to as the enforcer, you need to get everybody out of everybody else out of the race, and it shows that not every idea is worth pursuing, but you might not know that before you start out on that path. Mega Race is nowadays not badly remembered by people who played it. It got a 75 back in the day even. But it is it is clearly limited in what it could do and how well it can work. The pre-rendered issue is that the angle is always going to be the same of the camera, so it's the car that has to move. So, for example, when I was slowing down, I had the trouble that I couldn't get away from the wall that I was grinding because my car did not have enough speed to get away from the wall, take the turn hard enough to get away from the wall. which are things that in actual racing you'd be like, okay, no, don't, that's not how that works. But that is not what they were focusing on here. They were focusing on having a game with a, if I now understand that correctly, infinite loop. You can just play through and get your high score up. So you get on and on and on. And again, because of the techniques used and the limitations that are imposed by that, yeah, you have to learn, you have to see. And what I do want to say, though, it was successful enough to be just to pay for itself and become a little bit of a hidden classic. And for the time, the graphics were very much improved, and it was a bundle to a lot of pre-built PCs to showcase the capabilities of the machine you just purchased. So it did have an audience and it did have some success, but it was also bound by the limitations. And whereas this was a reasonable thing to do with FMV, there were so many people trying to do the adventures in FMV. There's so much experimentation of games that, if you look back at it, weren't very good. But that is what experimentation is for. Make something that is not too expensive. Try stuff out. And again, that is something that I have to praise the Mega Race and other games we are taking a look at for experimentation. And yeah, FMV was big, would get a little bit bigger still before true 3D could easily be done in adventure games and other stuff as well. So, but it is not something we'll be seeing very often, because FMV is not necessarily the easiest and most fun to play. And with that, we are reaching the top of the hour, and I think that this time I can be a little bit more accurate in restarting at the top of the hour. So we'll be going into another short break. When we're coming back, I'll be showcasing SimCity 2000, another genre and a very important one, which led to a lot of other games down the line. Thank you very much, everybody, for your patience during the breaks. Thank you very much for your patience during the ads. And I'll be seeing you after the break. Okay, I am back. This is a much different game again to anything I have showcased before. There was the original SimCity, which was actually a black and white game to get a little bit more resolution out of the early EGA cards, I think. With the fact that resolution was much more important than being able to see, like, than having a pretty picture. SimCity is a city builder after all. I do have a few qualms about a few things in how these cities are being built. I do not think that that is actually that the way that they are showcasing here is actually an optimal way to build a city. Having more mixed zones is, I think, a lot more important. But, well, inspiration comes from somewhere, and because of that, well, we do need to take that into account. So, yeah, the main issue is that basically there is no way to do any mixed zoning, and it's all single zoned, either in industrial, commercial. Do I have any commercial space? I want to say that I have some. Yeah, there's some. That is a building that I probably can demolish and clear. Now I'm going to need to do something rather expensive. Level terrain, thank you very much. Do I need to have the game running for that? Level terrain, so we're starting here. Every block is costing. Okay, we do seem to be positive at the end of the year. Even though currently there's not much I can really do, and I ruined something. Okay, and I ruined it completely by saving of it. Okay. Okay, this is bad. And there must have been a building being rebuilt because power has been restored. Yeah, you can demand things. Let's increase taxes. Adequate to need, and he has no advice. Okay, I've made a little bit more money. And that went pretty well. Let's pause. Okay, nobody would want to be living there. Do I have any regions here on the map that make for easier residential area? Yes. So we don't want to do that immediately next to heavy industry. So let's have some 3x3 light residential and then some more dense residential over here. Since I do have the money, I'll be ready to do some more stuff around here. Okay, let's get going. Residents demand stadium. Oh, I do see an issue with these yet. I would need to bring power lines over here, and I need to bring pipes over. Oh well, that's for another day then. Okay, everything is adequate. Okay, no idea why. Let's bring some power over. Let's bring some pipes over. And we immediately see that people are already starting to build stuff. And seriously, as long as we're surviving, I think I'm currently happy. Collecting a little bit here over time. Honestly, we have another good residential zone over here. Let's pull you out again. And again, I do want to make a mixture of some dense and some more light residential stuff. And as long as the years are flying by positively, that is working out for me. So, get a little bit of water in there. Let's get some electricity into the area, and people should be starting to build stuff. Okay. They are demanding a ton here. Let's zoom out a little bit. Let's find a central location for it. Well, can we level some terrain here? There we go. We can build a zoo. Oh no, a zoo is expensive. A stadium is even more expensive. And even that is expensive. Don't have the money for it. But a small park there, a small park here. Then let's put a small park there, and we put another small park here. Can't do that. Well, yeah, we don't have a lot of money. Police, fire station is all 400 or 500 here. Not sure if we really need a big prison. So, why SimCity? Well, one, I think as a genre, it can be amazingly educational. How many people have any major knowledge about how a city works, what is needed to have a city run well and all of that. And while it is not perfect, I do think that it is a decent introduction to the idea of that you do need to build a city, and that what is important for the city. Can I do have some roadside access here? A subway station. Subway is terrifyingly expensive. And I'm not sure if Subway actually can coexist with the normal lines. It can. Okay, we're trying to build a subway then, which will require quite a bit more time. Not exactly sure how. Pollution low, crime low, a lot of gallons per month going through. The industrial area here is medium pollution, crime none, low pollution. With how much car traffic there is, I think that it's unavoidable. There is some pollution. Power plants, we do have the wind turbines now. So that is already a nice addition. Okay, let's zoom in again a little bit. That's another year done. Let's increase taxes. It's not catastrophic taxes yet. And we're flourishing. Feels like we are definitely constantly broke. Residents demand a zoo. Well, if you do want a zoo, you do need to pay. You do need to pay taxes. Can I bring this causeway over here? Giving some more value to the land here. And some more light residential behind all this traffic jam. And I can pull in a few more meters here for my subway. Don't even have a city hall yet. Don't even have a water treatment facility yet. Ah. Yeah, okay, that is fair enough. That is fair enough. Is it connected? It is connected and it can now do work. Let's go finish the first stretch of the subway. And we need more water pumped. I'm pretty sure that's what the problem here is. Pump. Yeah, I will be putting some electricity in. Are you connected pipe-wise? Okay, pause. That is probably 0 stored gallons. Okay, I'm actually not too unhappy with that particular issue. Let's put another water pump over here. And let's put another tower over here. And again, I'll be pulling the electricity over like this. This should also give power to the pump. And then I do want to connect it onto the rest of the system. 30,000 stored gallons. That should also be mirrored here, that this one is also able to start. No, not yet able to start to do anything. And a bit more subway here. They should actually have been connected. So I need to bring that around. Okay. We'll be seeing that then next year. Okay, let's immediately continue the subway construction. No, are you? Okay, there's no undo here. And we need to pull it like that. Maybe later we can pull one under the lake, but we can't risk it. Okay. That was a small financial disaster. Apparently also an ecological disaster. Oh my, okay. Is that another problem? Hello! Running at 100% capacity. Yeah. You're a problem. Let's be... Well, we do not have... a lot of capacity. It's quite a few years old, which is a problem. Okay, no idea if this is good enough. That's 36 megawatts, but this is probably still going to be running 100% capacity. Yeah, but without electricity, there's no industry, and we're going to have trouble. We'll be needing to save for a few years here. Build solar power. What can we do with solar power? It's a 50 megawatt desalinization, also not terrible. Okay, let's lower the taxes to get more growth. About $2,000. Anything here? Gas is going to be producing as much as solar. How are we looking? 82% of capacity. So we need a little bit more solar. This is going to be power plant hill for the longest time. I really could do with a little bit more. Well, I don't want to be complaining too much. So far, it's looking like a city. How are you looking? I will need a replacement for the oil power plant in a few years. And if I don't have the money, that is going to be ugly. Dum, dum. So far, so good. Okay, let's pause. How far away are we? That is going to come due next year. Okay, expanding residential a little bit more. And I should have... Yeah, I should have taken this into account earlier. I am sorry. And then we're coming up like this, and we're going to have one more like this and one more like this. Again, I'm going to be putting some dense housing and some light housing. Unfortunately, there's no medium in this game, like so. Let's continue now until the end of the year. Plant nearing death. Okay, pause. Can I do it like this? I'm going to get rid of it. And in its place, build a new one. This one should be able to take then... Luckily, it's built immediately. Okay. That was, to a large degree, the correct choice. Okay. Pollution is getting out of hand, is that it? There's some low pollution, there's some medium pollution. Okay, we do need a few things, so let's go through them. We want another police station. We want another fire station. For fires, we do not want. Hospital. And we do need a little bit more in schools. And I think I'm going to be putting into this, onto this road somewhere if I can. Let's put a library here. That is going to be more efficient than some other things. Fire coverage is good. We're still having a little bit of a problem with crime. First, we need more people to come in. Okay, at least we're running a few things not badly. That's going to be a few more cul-de-sacs with a bit more dense housing scattered about it. As for commercial space, let's put a little bit more there. A little bit more here. And here. I also do worry if I have enough water, so maybe a few more pumps. And we do absolutely want to make sure that we're connecting them with pipes. Okay, back above ground. Oh, there's a whole bunch of stuff that is out of power. Pause. Okay, I have no idea why you're out of power. Okay, just no connection. Something must have gone away and... Okay, pause. I now understand why nobody wants to go there. And of course, there's also no power into there. There we go. That should exactly solve that problem. We have more than 3,000, so I'm going to be putting in a zoo. And I see another problem. Let's connect you. Are you connected water-wise? No, but seriously, a library should also have a water connection. You will also need a water connection. Come here. There we go. And parts here are alternatively fine or dry. Gets a water pump. I wish I were upstairs, to be honest. There we go. So let's put one there, one there, one there. Right next to a tower. And let's bring some electricity and pipes over. How's the system looking? No. Not too well. Okay, let's see if we can connect this station after all. Subway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11. Should be connected now. I'm already quite along with the development of the city, and it hasn't spread far and wide yet because, well, we're broke town. And we are pretty broke. How are you looking? You're about halfway done. Okay. Next year we're going to make a little bit more money. Okay, that was actually a decent addition here. Okay, let's have... Okay, I do hope that that is a trend that is going to be continuing. And we do need a bit more space to do stuff with. That's quite hilly here. Why haven't I started the city over there? Well, because this was a nice valley and you had some nice stuff. Okay. Let's start with the prep work. Yeah, we are going to level a lot here. And now we need a few more years in order to get the money to connect those two parts of the cities to build a second part of the city in the first place. Taxes are too high. How are we looking this year? Still. So we level this part as well, and then we first build a road through to the other side. Which is also going to need its own... Okay, I hope that at least this year the tax man is happy that we don't need to lower taxes more. The issue is if we don't have... If we don't have growth, that's not looking great. And in order to get... Well, maybe not. Maybe we can do something in this part as well. It's going to be smaller than originally planned. And indeed a little bit of an outdrive for some industrial space. So... Let's have a bit of industry here. Some housing here. Okay, I don't have the money. Builds orbital power. Very nice. Some more high residency stuff. Okay. Water pump, pipe and tower. We need to bring electricity over from the other side. And also into the industrial area, if I could. So some... And then we have some commercial space here, here, and here. As I said, I also want to bring over pipes from the other side. It should be one connected system if possible. And then a few more pipes over here. Come on. Okay, and that should now also get some growth in. Okay. Okay, yeah, that went absolutely quick. The fact that I don't have any power there is annoying. But I think this is also more a problem of not enough power generation to begin with, yeah. Did we get any new power? Yeah, we got that microwave thing. 28,000. Yeah, I can't afford that. Let's build another solar. Those prices are at least decent, and that should ease the problem here. We should be fine with water. Yes, water does seem to be fine. I wish I had some statistics on some of the stuff. You are going to level this from here. Boom, boom, boom. Rebuild that road. Later on, I may need highways. For now, for some of the larger connections afterwards, I should definitely want to put in some. Let's have a look at how our subway is doing. Poorly. Poorly. Okay, let's speed towards the end of the year. Let's see how much money we make. Okay, how are you? You're good. Okay. Let's go up to 11% and pause. We've been told we need more police stations. I wish I could be building another one. Okay, we still need a little bit more police coverage. There we go. And one more just to make sure. Okay. Okay, that's an ad break that shouldn't be there. That is definitely an ad break that shouldn't be there. Maybe something didn't quite go as I wanted last time. Damn it. Sorry about that, everybody. And yeah, I've been focusing so on the game, I haven't been talking very much. Not that I can do all that much more in the minutes remaining. So, SimCity, city builders in general are quite a popular genre. I am sorry that you're coming back right to the ads, Tira. But welcome back in. I am currently presenting SimCity 2000, as I was just saying. It's the second of the SimCity city builders and a very interesting game, taking the responsibilities of building and maintaining a city, and giving the player quite a bit of freedom. Well, you have to a bigger degree, because if the player doesn't feel like he doesn't have any agency, then he's not going to be enjoying this type of game. But it's also a nice it also gives us some idea on how to if well done, on how to do a city, why build a city, and all of those things. And very often is something that has been not necessarily neglected, but not taught with the proper care, even though I do have a lot of problems with how exactly they want to make it work here. So let's get down the hill and build another solar power plant here if I still have the funds. And then we'll be bringing the power lines into the newly designated districts. Crisscrossing a little bit to ensure everybody has some power. And then we'll be building some more water pumps. They'll be probably alone at first. Build. Ooh. It's probably going to need to wait until next year to really put them together. Yeah. Okay, so next year, and we're getting a little bit more money. Never enough. Truly never enough for the needs of the city. But I am happy that there is a lot of attention here. Maybe we should give some water to the power plants as well. And then pull it down here to connect to the other water system as well. Yeah, this is not Sim Farm exactly, but this is close. This is another Maxis classic. Okay, I can imagine that they shared some of the sound effects. To a degree, I think it does make sense that if you have the construction sounds or some stuff like that, that you share them between games when you can. But also, Nickname, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a fantastic Friday so far, and that you can be looking forward to a great Friday to come. And I think I will be saving my city now, and I'll just let it run for a few years, and we'll see what else develops as I do the closing thoughts here. So, do I want to see the end of year treasury? To a degree, yes, but to a degree, I want to just see the city work. Maybe I should zoom in a little bit more because this is the busy part. Let's have a like this. If we can still see some traffic, let's have a look at this. So it is a managing sim type game of which you had several. Nickname you brought up farming sim, and they are together a category of a slower, more methodical, less hectic kind of game. Not necessarily thoughtful. I'm not. That is probably too simplified what they actually are, and they have been always few and far between. They're not easy to get right, and they're not the big mainstream games that a lot of companies nowadays want. But there has been some development with City Skylines 2, although City Skyline 2 is on some thin ice for some people. But I think this is where that really started to go big, that you have this management aspect, we need money, we need to balance what the districts here for SimCity, and we need to see that we have enough power, we have enough water, people need to get places, and currently the city is stable housing-wise, a bit of a decline commercially. So yeah, that is yeah, and then you need to build stuff. You need to ensure that, for example, this is another police station I've completely forgotten to power. I mean, they've been sitting there for years, and not once I have seen a letter on my desk about them complaining about it. So, how bad was it really for them? I'm joking, but they've been seriously been sitting there for years. And you are, unfortunately, waiting on everything. Yeah, indeed. And no donut shop opposite the street. Damn. I hope that it would quickly get righted, but I doubt it, unfortunately. But yeah, it's understandable that it is going to be feeling very annoying. No question there, and I don't doubt that it feels frustrating, annoying, and that you're... And I can also imagine that you're feeling a little bit like Sisyphus trying to roll up a stone up the hill, and it's hard to get stuff done. But yeah, I do hope that it does get in order, that everything gets figured out and back into order very soon. And yeah, there was coming back here. Very few city builders or management builders ever made it over to console. Again, there is the control scheme. A controller just does not have the same control that a mouse does, and you have to do a lot of fine clicking here, and it's just, if you had a controller, you'd need to go separately up. all of these things, and It is unfortunate. My ideal is that everything is going to be able to run basically everywhere. I know that is a bit of a fantasy, but that's the best thing you can... That's what I hope for, everybody having the choice to play everything they want. But... yeah, this is an isometric view. So what you do, you have a few strict viewpoints, and you have buildings in 1 or 2 directions, maybe 4 if you're clever. But if you take a look, like we're looking northward, just calling this northward, and if I rotate it, the factory is now on the other side, and if I rotate it again, so there are a few orientations for the buildings to be in, and then you allow other buildings to be placed in front of it, and that gives the impression that there is depth due to the angle that you're looking at it. But since it's fixed angles, you can basically trick the mind into seeing something being 3D when it is not. It's a simple trick, but I think it is quite an effective trick, and it does avoid the need of only having like a top-down perspective, which, yeah, it absolutely works. SimCity is not the only game doing it. There are turn-based strategy games that do it. There are role-playing games that do it. It was, for the day, the easiest way to get a convincing 3D effect without actually needing to do that. Zoo Tycoon did it. The first Roller Coaster Tycoon worked on the same principle. Baldur's Gate 1, as an RPG, did it. Later on, as 3D performance became better, it looked better and allowed for a free-flowing camera if you had your buildings and everything in 3D. But up until then, isometric is an absolutely great way to give the impression of 3D without actually needing to be 3D. It's a really neat trick. It works really well, and I'm happy for everybody who used it on how well it can work. So, yeah, pretty good. Pretty good technique. And again, there is... Okay, that is not exactly what I wanted to happen. Hello? There we go. Baldur's Gate 1 has by now been brought to Switch, for which I am very happy for them, actually. So, yeah. I am not surprised by it. It's due to having a fixed camera, it's very easy to trick the eye, even with very simple graphics. Yeah, because the camera is fixed and everything has the same lines that guide the eye into 3D. So if you do keep it, and for SimCity, for example, it's also pretty easy because you have the roads horizontal, vertical. There's few diagonal here. There's few diagonals here. So since you have everything on the right angle, you have the lines going perpendicular off to the distance, and that gives you a grid where you can build your 3D on. And if you then have the buildings overlapping properly, you already have a 3D effect that looks very, very 3D. Yeah, as I said, I'm not surprised, but it does work pretty well. And with that, the first part of today's stream is going to be coming to an end. It's been 7 hours since the beginning of stream. And with that, I will be taking my dinner break. I'll be having some videos running in the meantime. And in principle, I feel like I shouldn't be apologizing, but I am taking an hour off stream while putting you on break so that I can do another few hours. Not exactly sure for the English name. We're calling it, and it's a French name, Bouche à la Reine. In German, it would be Königinpastete. I'm not sure for the English name. I'll be looking it up, and I can also, as I did before, be posting the image into Discord. So let me get the timer ready. It's not going to be exactly an hour now. It's rice and rice with, chicken in a bechamel, not quite bechamel sauce, but it goes into that direction. Vol au vent? No, that's also quite a French term. I'm not sure. I'll be posting a picture and I'll be looking it up and letting you know. I'll be going into break, and thank you very much. I'll be getting the videos ready to run, and I'll be back in about an hour. Okay. And yeah, I do thank you for your patience for this longer break. Maybe I'll be seeing you afterwards. Maybe I'll be seeing you later, but whatever the case is going to be, I hope you're going to have a brilliant rest of your day. Hopefully so. I do know that it's not always easy, but I can hope. So yeah, thank you everybody for having stopped by. I'll be going into the break. See you in about an hour. And yeah, have a good time and see you after the break, hopefully. first off, this game. It is wonderfully ambitious. When I found it, I could not believe the effort that must have gone into this. Is any single one of the aspects outstanding? No. I think they are all good and they do what they need to do well, but none of them are outstanding. The strategy part, there are, especially later, better games. At this time, what do we have from early strategy games? Not too much. So it is, yeah, fair enough compared to what comes later. Simple, but it is perfectly functional. It does get the idea across. It makes use of terrain. It makes what it is so well thought out. They've, as I said, they've given attention to terrain. They've given attention to when you're fighting a large group alone, how what the ground you're standing on, how that affects it. Is it in and of itself, it is a fantastic game. None of the parts manage to measure up to what they managed to create all together at the end. At the end, it is so much more if if you allow it to be. No. Yes and no. If you take it if you take it as a product of its time, it is outstanding. I'm surprised I haven't heard of this before. But even today, I do think it holds up. Yes, there are games that do all of the individual components better. If you want to have the strategic aspect, Total War, Shogun 2, fantastic game. If you want sword combat, probably go with something. It's not samurai sword combat. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 has a very good sword combat. Something like Half Sword is terrific as well. And if you want the group combat, something like, oh, bloody hell, I'm forgetting the name. Fair enough. That is from a different perspective. If I can find the name. Shadow Warrior. Shadow Warrior is, in that regard, or Shadow Warrior Classic in that regard, is that, but done differently and done, in my opinion, better. Especially Shadow Warrior, the new ones feature some fantastic power fantasy swordplay, which what the bandit defenses and so is. As a single man, you are completely overrunning your opponents there, and it is fantastic. The attention to detail also for this game that they put in for the culture, for how what was important to the people, how dishonorable acts were viewed, that being and acting honorable is very important, that being a good warrior, being a good general was important, to be mindful of the people. So I have, let me make sure. I think I had saved it here. Yeah. So if you raise the rice tax, they grumble, you deliver a stern message, but they can revolt, and they will revolt if you treat them badly enough. It is... This is what I want to see more of, even now. Sitting down, like Ghost of Tsushima is also a very good example. Fair enough, it is much more focused on singular combat and on storytelling than on being but a part and trying to advance and become daimyo and shogun. It takes something, and yeah, it's really, it's I don't think, from my perspective, it's only trying to respect the source material. It is respecting the source material. They the studio and the developers they apologize that they couldn't include all of the different aspects of the religion, of everything that they researched it, they looked into it. Is there something there, or is it just no? It was important to them, and so important that they apologize. Hats off to these developers. They took something and they really made something, and you can feel in so many small aspects of the game that this was a passion project. And I really would want to see something like this done again. Yes, by the same devs with the same love, but I'm not sure that how many of them are still alive, how many of them are still working. It is, after all, a game from 1989. So it is almost 40 years old. This game is almost 40 years old, and it does so many things. It does them well, and it puts it together in such a spectacular package that really, you know that it required a lot of research, and they just went with it. They just were like, no, this is something we are going to be respectful, and we are going to be really doing it. Yeah, and if you compare this to as you brought up, Chaos, to Assassin's Creed, what was the name again? The last Assassin's Creed. It is graphically no contest. Assassin's Creed looks better. It plays better. That is debatable, with how bad some of how bad the two characters feel, with how bad they maneuver. I might actually make the argument. You can. This might be playing better than Assassin's Creed. It really slipped my mind. Not Shadows. Is it Shadows? My brain wants to say it is Shadow. Okay. I was rejecting that because I was thinking Shadow Warriors, but yeah. But where Assassin's Creed Shadows doesn't even can hope to come close is with the passion and dedication the devs here took to try and represent that time period accurately, and to represent the culture accurately. And there is one thing I'm not sure. I am not sure. And okay, I can't see it here. Do we have the... Okay, I'll be quickly starting a new game because I think that in and of itself already means a lot. Let me quickly go through here. Kanji, yeah, fair, but if we come here, you see the family seals of the ruling samurai families of those eras, of those areas. So Assassin's Creed Shadows used the symbol of the Emperor. I'm not sure if that is in here, actually. It might not be. Maybe. It's close, but they have these family crests. And while I cannot be certain, with the respect that the devs have already shown for Japan, this is the official Tokugawa crest. This is in the top, the game's reproduction of it. Is it perfect? No, it can't be perfect. This is 300 and 322, 140 pixels, something like that. It's at best it's 640 to 480. I mean, but they tried, and they have the crest of every family around. It is an amazing attention to detail, and I am pretty sure they asked for permission and they were given it due to the quality of their works.
There's always something going down.
Come on. We don't want to piss him off.
My friend said he saw it. So someone...
Follow me. Engaging! Lock on target!
Your orders? We wait your command. Changing course.
Your orders? What do we have here? Admiral Spire.
My father used to tell me stories about the ancient times. About the Star League. A golden age of prosperity. Upheld by the great mech warriors of old. Guardians of the innocent. Protectors of the peace. I always dreamed of following in their footsteps. I was too young to see the truth of things. After all, it wasn't heroin.
All weapons committed. Enemy unit destroyed.
Victoria pulls no punches, but she's been a loyal companion to Kamea since they were kids. Aside from you, there's no one I'd rather have by my side in a fight.
Enemy detected.
Yeah, it was a...
遥かなる古の彼方ヨーロッパの辺境に時の権力者に仕え悠久の歴史を見守る2つの部族がいる闇に生きる一族アンブラの魔女と光を主とする一族ルーメンの賢者である彼らは互いに敬意を払い不可侵の掟を守って人類の歴史を影ひなたから支えていたのだ
Destroyed.
told you. You're here, You'll be answering another.
I've had enough of...
A man's worth can't...
Miss, if you had to lead a life that was short, but full of...
I see. I'll answer your question. This entire place is an immense... This is the second night.
Wait. I'll see you up ahead. Alright.
That's what I want.
See you up ahead.
Okay, we're going to go down dead.
Edge. Alright. I got it. Alright, I got it. Alright, I got it. I'll see you up ahead.
Okay, there we are. I used up that block item, but I made it, and that's more important than carrying the item with me. It is not only running on VGA anymore, it's running on SVGA. There's still a plenty of use of dithering and all of that, but it is a quite different game from the looks and feel. I managed to increase the size of the sprites. They're not Nintendo, so you can keep the pogo stick. The idea is basic. Stun gun already. Although it's a waste, should I die again? Which does not seem to be too unlikely. Let's try. No. Let's have a look about Crystallis. Okay, I got him. Bloody poop distributors here.
I mean that.
Huh, it fits.
Now you have to...
Hey, you don't have to spoon feed me. I'll manage the rest.
If you say so. Rufus, there's one more thing.
I told you I'd manage without your help. Now, all I have to do is press this button here, and right away...
Oh, how I love tutorials!
Another note from Tony. What's she complaining about now? Will you please clean the bathroom for once? Yeah, right, in her dreams. Whoa! What the toothbrush bailed out on me. Guess I should have kept it in a more germ-free environment. Bridger, we're happy to inform you, blah, blah, blah. Get to the point, will ya? Unfortunately, the delivery of your screws will be delayed for... Please find enclosed a voucher for a pack of rivets. We apologize for any inconvenience this might have caused. Sincerely yours. Just a second. Screws?
Welcome to the UAC. Now T-Line for 21 accident-free days.
Attacked aircraft arrived above Zone 2.
Commence air raid.
The enemies are smashed to pieces! Attack successful. Commence air raid in Zone 4. EDF! EDF! My bullet hit it! This is Scout! Many enemies in Zone 5! It's an incredible number! A wound like this, don't push it!
Final setting.
The integrity of your multi-purpose exploration suit is at 100%. Remember, efficiency first. Godspeed.
Actually, you are going to take the accumulators. And I'm going to put solar panels in between. I have 2 inputs. And I have 1 output. Output gets a hat because I'm not storing those anywhere else yet. Okay, I'm pulling 1 output here. 1 output here. Welcome back. Well, I am back. Shouldn't be saying welcome back to myself, should I? I don't know. But it's the second part of today's stream, we're going to be taking another look at a few more games. You had the list displayed before, so you probably know most of the games that are coming in already. And there's a little bit of a surprise for the last game, although I do know that a few people are already aware of what that game is. Not sure if he's here though right now, but yeah. So we are going to be playing some UFO, Enemy Unknown, one of the original one, and the original name being UFO, Enemy Unknown. Okay, let's try to get some really good coverage here. I don't want to lose Iceland. North Pole might be important as well. That's a little bit too far away, so let's put it over here in Romania. We're not ready. Okay, not quite correctly written. So, XCOM, or UFO. But XCOM is the probably better known name even in the UK. And it is a strategy. It's not 4X in the sense that you're not exploring much. The Earth is human, and we're pretty good at what we're doing, but we're getting invaded by aliens, surprisingly, as the base is getting put down. Not exactly sure if the base is getting put down because there's an awareness of an issue, or if it is that the aliens are stopping by because we built our base. I guess in the end it does not matter. Okay. Well, we had a bit of time to build our base up, to be fair. We have a Sky Ranger, but we're not seeing anything. That can be a good sign. On the other hand, aliens might have landed, I don't know, in North America. And we haven't noticed. Well, there's a little bit of lightning. Should be fine, though. And it's been about 10 days since we built the base. Still not seeing anything. Well, oh, okay, there is a slight increase everywhere except Southeast Asia is also a very big increase. Central Asia is fine. Bases. So we have a laboratory, we have some living quarters, a workshop, a small radar system. Can we? Bases. Build facilities. A large radar system. Yes? Ah. We're going to be building that, and then we need to build a bit here before we can remove that, I see. And yeah, the Europe is a ton here. But since we have an issue here in Southeast Asia as well, could I build, not a facility, build new base? I do want to cover Japan as completely as possible, but that is me. Let's put it in. We're not built. I'm selecting a position for the access lift. Okay, so this looks like this is our remaining funds. We are going to be building a large radar. And that is going to be it for now. And my European base. General stores. Let me have a look what we have. Workshop, living quarters, general stores, laboratory, the 2 interceptors. Craft and soldiers. We don't have really anything to build yet. Any research? Yes. Build facility. Living quarters. Let's put in 2. Okay, that can't build there. It's been a while now. Okay, we found a landing site. Let's go intercept. Okay, not too far from where we are. We see the Sky Ranger flying over, and we'll begin a mission. All enemy units have been eliminated or neutralized, and we can recover the UFO, artifacts, or corpses. Okay. Everybody is mostly looking equipped. Okay. We have landed here. I do want to have the... Okay. So I do need to get a little bit into the game. We had the geoscape we just saw, which is a strategic command mode. Okay. Can I come out for an aimed shot here? Yeah, you cannot walk. Okay. So you have... Every unit has a certain time limit that they can move. Some people who are faster can move further and more during the turn, or this is a turn-based part. The Geoscape is actually a real-time interface. And I'm not sure what I have there. And everybody who's coming across the group should still get some shots in. Let's end turn. Okay. Somebody stood back up. I have to say, I do not enjoy the idea of them coming back. Can we move over here? Okay, at least we're seeing the ship now. Time reserved for a shot. Okay, so the edge is here. We do need to secure, or we need to try to secure the UFO. And that's what we'll be doing. That seems a little bit larger than what I would have wanted to see in the beginning. Okay, so we had some movement up there. He can see me. Do I have enough time units for an aimed shot? I do. No, I don't have enough time units. 44... That's 44 time units. I have 30 left. Okay. Can you give me an aimed shot? No, neither. We have to take another step ahead. We do have to take another step ahead here. Okay. That was a good shot. No. That is one of the issues if a unit is finished with what I wanted their movement to be, and you're not careful. You're going to get into some trouble if you're not selecting the next unit carefully. We have another rifle here. Let's see if that can move over here. Next round. Okay. Health is good. That must have been a missed shot. Can I turn... I do need to not reselect mission. Can I turn the unit? Oh, I can. Apparently I can. Are we making that an aimed shot? Hmm. Nice. Of course, we're not hitting that. Okay. Another turn, another 60% accurate shot. Okay, let's move over here. That's going to be a snapshot only. But I have two. Okay. Let's get some more men across here. But one of the aliens is lying over there in that cabbage field. Okay, next turn. There's a lot of intel we've just got there. That's actually really nice. This part, though, worries me. Okay, he can't turn around here. Let's put ourselves against that. Can we open the door? We cannot. Let's hope nobody's coming out. Okay. We need to be covering corners. And while I have the feeling that they're all currently inside, I also do want to make sure that the field up here is clear. Okay, so it looks like they're all inside the UFO. Let's have them move over here. And as always, I do want time units reserved. For snapshots. Much like that. Well, that's one dead alien. Do I have 48 time units? I do not, but I have 2 snapshots. No? Bloody hell. Okay, I have a maximum of... You are still having snapshot energy. Okay, this could be deadly. Ouch. Ouch. Sheesh. Can you walk past here? No, 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 no. Okay, 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 okay. Should have known it. Those two shots were very unfortunate. They were very deadly. I hope I can at least bring the equipment home. Alien dies as there is no alien containment facility. We lost 2 operatives. We managed to recover a power source, the navigation unit, the alloys, and some Illyrium, which is element, which is what they are calling element 115. But the periodic table is now complete up to a 118, if I remember correctly, and none of those are stable enough to be used as any sort of power source. So we're getting some... Our units are getting a little bit stronger here. And we have an okay rating. Nancy is promoted to sergeant. And we lost 2 rookies in service. Let me have a look. Can I... We already have a memorial. Not surprising, to be honest. Can I purchase recruit? There we are. Let's do something like this, although we have maintenance to consider. Let's go up to 10 and 5 and 5. Okay. Back to the geoscape, and time will be flowing. We'll be skipping ahead a little bit more. Currently, there's not too much to do here. Oh, I am sorry, yes. It is not. I had forgotten to switch that over. I am very sorry. No, this is UFO, enemy unknown. The XCOM name would be XCOM UFO Defense, if I'm not mistaken. It's not Terror from the Deep. It's the first game in the series. And we have researched a laser pistol. And that allows us to do quite a bit more. We can... Let's start with the power source. Let's do 8 on that. And then I'll do another 7 on the laser pistol itself. Apocalypse. I think that's that's a different series entirely, in the same vein though. Didn't quite... I'm not quite sure, but I do think it is another one. Okay, let's intercept this. Let's send out Interceptor 1 and Interceptor 2 towards this UFO. And the UFO is trying to escape here. I don't... Ah! We do get another engagement. And we have a UFO crash landing. Okay. That's on the ground. We're going to be into... 1 second basis, soldiers, I don't have any... Did I recover the equipment? Ooh. Soldiers. Can I take a look at your equipment? Okay, none of them really have any armor. Equip craft. Heavy cannon, that is looking good. We'll have double the clips. Of course, there is no armor, but we are going to be crewing it. As much as possible. XCOM Apocalypse was 3rd. Oh, the city one. That's the city one. Okay, okay. At least it should have been. So the first one was UFO defense. That is this one. Then you had Terror from the Deep, which used the same engine, the same idea, and but from the ocean, the aliens were coming, or the monsters were coming from the ocean depth. And then you had the city one. Thank you very much for reminding me. You had the city one. I had not. I knew that it was there, but I had not immediately connected Apocalypse, the name, with it. Okay. Let's have a look. Everybody is decent, has some equipment. Have a little bit too much there, but that is fair. Oh, okay, that is unfortunate. I had not thought of that. Okay. We do want to have time left over for shots. We're landing immediately beside the UFO is not a great position to be. Especially since we do not see all that far. But I'm not going to abort the mission. It is important that in the beginning I do manage to get a bit done. And there's another orchard over there. Again, not a great look. So yeah, the funny thing for Terror from the Deep, it also had the interceptor stuff and all of that, except in the oceans. And here it's really the original idea of the game. Again, I think also something that a lot of people don't realize, there's been a lot of iteration on the formula beforehand by the developers. How come? Because the developers basically had quite a few previous games that were in a similar tactical vein, but not the same within the same franchise. There's, for example, there is Laser Squad, and there's a few others that are the same, that use the same, or an iteration on the same idea of, okay, that is only a story high. Surprise! Nobody home. Let's stand behind a tree. We're not seeing very far. The cornfield is also not going to be a place where we're going to have a great view from. Okay, there doesn't seem to be too many high buildings. Okay. Again, everybody who has time units should be on Overwatch immediately. Should be automatically on Overwatch, that's rather what I wanted to say. Okay. I have a few people scouting that out. Let's make some slow progress through the orchard here. Can I walk? Yeah, I can walk into the cornfield, but it's going to be slower going. Let's get into the ship. First up, you do want to secure your corners. And if I remember correctly, there was a way of turning the isometric interface. Okay. Okay, that is not what I wanted to have. But there is an alien up there, and that means it must be made on there. I see. My eyes spot an alien. No line of fire. Do you have a line of fire? No line of fire. Okay, and as soon as I'm stepping out, I'm going to get shot. Or not. I would consider that lucky. And again, I'm going to wait on time units before going into that room. Okay, that's an issue. And we're going to be kneeling here. There is some wonderfully funny bugs in this original game. They haven't fixed in this version, the Open XCOM version of the game. So one of the bugs is about the difficulty. If you selected any difficulty except the easiest, then after the first mission, for some reason the difficulty would revert back into... Where are you? Where is that bloody alien? There? I don't have enough time units. Ah, okay. I selected... He doesn't see them yet. Okay, let's try... Let's try that. Okay. Okay, I did not expect you to be using large caliber ammunition like that. Can I do an aimed shot onto you? No direct line of fire. Aimed shot, please. Okay. We'll be moving around here a little bit more. Okay, let's see. Can we... I hope we can go for a breach here. Oh, that's actually looking pretty clean. There is a wall there, I know that. And while I do want to be quick, I ought not to hurry too much. Okay, 2 alien in that building. Yep, everybody get out. Almost everybody just get out of the UFO now. And Nancy will be staying behind. Basically taking a look at that. Turning around gives me a good shot. Okay, that has to be a snapshot. But that was a good one. That was a good hit. You come over here. And I do see one. Where are you? There you are. Okay, nice. Let's see if I can find him once again. That's 17 time units, and I do have quite a few left over. Okay, let's recover. Okay, that was a much better outing than the first one. Didn't lose a thing. Oh, didn't lose a unit. Some aliens died, some corpses recovered, some artifacts recovered. Power source, navigation, alloys, and some more Illyrium are all accounted for. Zia Kayahan is promoted to Sergeant. And we're coming back here. And the Sky Ranger is coming back here. I do have a question. This is the funding. Is this a monthly funding or is this a yearly funding? Okay. That's probably not going to be working out. It's already gone from our radar. And so we are spending some more time waiting, and unfortunately they bloody terrorized Tokyo. Yeah, let's go. Let it be light outside when we arrive. Arriving in the early morning hours, Tokyo time. Begin mission. No, not quite yet. I'll first be saving the game. No. Select new target over there. Yes, begin mission. So, a terror mission, our first one. Not sure if I can finish it in the about 10 minutes that I have remaining. But let's see. So, at least snapshots. Whoops. I am not... not hitting anything here. Should have brought her out later. They just killed my best soldier. Come on, how often... No line of fire, of course. Not enough time units? Or not enough time units? Okay, you can't move at all anymore now. Not enough time units. Oh, bloody hell, okay. That is not a great start to a mission. And what are we going to bet now? We'll be losing a few more operatives in this disembarkment. Okay, there is somebody here. That's probably civilian. Okay, we have 2 targets. Aimed shot. But no line of fire. Aimed shot. No. Okay, that was a good hit. Can I do an aimed shot? No. Can I do an aimed shot? No. Let's try that again. Not enough time units. Snapshots. No. No. Okay. Okay, okay, not looking good. Okay, one dead alien. Can I shoot that direction? No, the fence is in the way. The tree is in the way. Still in the way? Yes, still in the way. Okay. I had them dance around so much that I didn't realize where the actual targets were. Don't have enough time units for that. I should have reserved time units for a snapshot, though. Okay. Are there any windows we can look into? Okay. Aim shot first at you, and that's it. Can I go through there? I can. Bloody hell, that is not very fortunate. Not a chance. Okay. Managed to get some damage done here. And that is not looking good. Okay. Zeb, hello, welcome in. Yes, XCOM indeed, or the original title that I am using for stream, XCOM Enemy Unknown, and there's probably some more bastards about down there. Oh, there's a ton of aliens left here. Hank Peters has panic. That is you. Oh, and panic removes all your time units. Great. Okay. We do see one here. We should have a line of sight. That was a well-meaning shot. I wish he had hit. I do have enough time units for a good aimed shot. And that is another alien down. Oh, blood. Okay. It's really alien parade at the moment. And I better send some reinforcements over there, because one of the two is not very useful at the moment. Are you... Okay. This is an empty warehouse. Can I go in between there? I can. It'll be right on the back there, and... okay, that is a problem. No. Okay. My bad. Can I shoot the fence? Then move out of the way. Okay, it's a snapshot, not very likely to hit, but at least it's better than nothing. And indeed, I do have enough time units for an aimed shot and a snapshot left. And that is... that's another operative down. Are you kidding me? The civilians are really troublesome at the moment. You'll be coming back out there. Civilian, nothing special. Okay, there is an alien still here. And that's just a fence. And that's another... I still have a shot. That's just another part of a fence. Hank sees, but Hank cannot shoot. Okay. And I do need to stop here. I can also save the game here. I did want to do a little bit more context to the game. So I do need to stop this here. I have an hour per game, so it didn't beam the civilian. That is true. I didn't shoot the civilian myself, so yeah, XCOM coming from a longer line of games already produced by the same developer. He did do his first games himself. He had a passion for strategy games for these, for he was inspired by some tabletop strategy games, and he felt like if you could have this rule set ported to a computer, that the computer could be running the enemies for you, and you needn't play against another person. So there's been some development beforehand, and he had some good time to refine it into this game, again split into two parts of the geoscape and the tactical combat here. And it's an isometric pixel art game, although the people during the time would not have called it as such. But we're having sprites here that are moving around rather than 3D animated objects or anything like that. And again, as we had already discussed in SimCity 2000, this isometric perspective with a fixed camera angle gives you a lot of control over what over what is seen by the player, how it's seen by the player, and that then allows you to have a pseudo 3D effect that is very convincing. It is one of the deepest turn-based strategy games I think that ever was released for the PC. It is also very complicated. It has a lot of depth, a lot of weapons, a lot of tactics. You need to be careful. Like, for example, I just lost my best officer just walking out. Could have sent a rookie out. Maybe should have sent a rookie out. You can change the order that they are sitting in the Sky Ranger in, so you can you have control over basically every aspect here, and the simulation aspect here is actually quite detailed with a lot of different stats. And okay, that is actually not what I wanted to do. I can't select her anymore, and she's not going to come up in next unit. She's alive. I'm not seeing... So, but yeah, there's a lot to it, and all of that leads to a fantastic game that I think got overshadowed a little bit because it was the dawn of real-time strategy combats, and a lot of people felt that the turn-based combat would be passé, but a stepping stone on real-time turn combat. And time has proven them wrong, actually, and I do think so that a good strategy combat game, a turn-based combat game like this, it can always work because it is something completely different from a real-time game, and has a different premise, has a different approach, needs a different approach, and as such, as a different game, I don't feel like that there is any that there should have ever been any doubt that the two genres can coexist side by side. But it was, and it got overshadowed, and I do now have to quickly go into the next break. I'll be switching over to the next game. So we've had a look at a lot of PC stuff. And we'll be coming back to some more PC stuff later on. But now I do want to switch over to Front Mission. During the break, there'll be the ads running and all of that. So I do thank all of you for your patience during the ads, for your patience during the break. And I'll be seeing you in about 3 minutes. Thank you again very much, everybody, for your patience. And we're back with Front Mission. This is the remake version. As far as I can tell, the combat is pretty much the same, but this has a few more quality of life features, and it looks quite a bit better. So that is why I'm choosing this. But it originally came out in 1995, indeed, in February. It's only 24th of February 1995 for the PlayStation. Yes, that is right, the original PlayStation, and we are a pilot called Royd, and that is one of the two possible paths, at least, we can take. And well, we had some bad luck. Our fiance got killed during a military operation, and we are now basically back up. We're back up, recruited by a mercenary outfit. We're fighting using these mechs called Vanzas. They are very customizable. They have individual hit zones, quite reminiscent of battle tech in that regard, just put in another universe and put onto the PlayStation platform. It is again a turn-based combat. I do hope that I switched everything correctly this time. Very much looks like it. Okay. So there's some introductions. We've been actually recruited to be in command of the of this outfit. So we have two other pilots joining our squad here, and we're flying over to help two other people out that have gotten engaged here. So Keith and JJ. And they are arguing a little bit here, and we're going to be dropping in the other side of this river. So, as I just discussed in just a few minutes ago, on the PC, real-time strategy games will be slowly taking over. And I also did explain that for the consoles, real-time strategy was never as good as much a possible issue. Because, well... Oh, there's an enemy there. That should have been a target of mine. Yeah, I cannot attack there. Are these units all equipped with... Okay. I'll be going in for a punch. And here you see the different hit zones. We're getting some hits, and we're missing our punch. Going for a punch again here for the Missileer, which is a specialized long-range mech. Which is why taking it on here is not... taking it on in close quarters combat is not a terrible idea. For example, unfortunately my punches are not hitting the way they ought to be. Okay. Let's start here. And again, you see that the body is already quite badly damaged, but since I did not manage to kill it now, okay. Since I didn't manage to kill it, that doesn't really matter now, does it? Okay, both of them cannot arrive in time there. So I will be providing some support there. And then we're going to have another punch here. Almost taking off one of the arms. It makes the mechs actually at the same time more robust and less robust if you have manage to hit, for example, a good area here twice in a row, then that is going to result in a dead machine, or at least a crippled machine. If you're spreading it out a lot, then you have a lot of spread out damage that is not going to be terribly useful. And I can attack him here. At a distance, which is actually really nice. And we're going to be attacking this one from behind. Again, we're going to punch him. Luckily, punches only hurt the enemy machines, not our own. And that is the legs taken out. That already severely limits the mobility here. That was an arm. That is not what I wanted to hit. And I do want... if possible, I would have wanted to hit that mech over there. Of course, he's going to be punching our comrade that has already been engaged quite a while here. And we're punching back again. Okay, I am slowly being worn down here, JJ is. Luckily that hit. Heath is looking quite a bit better. I'm going to do another punch here. Come on. His legs are gone. How can we have... and a tedious punch? Come on. Okay, good hit. So, as far as the normal idea for this combat works, it's actually pretty like these types of games work rather than this type of combat works. We are having the every unit has a little bit of experience. Every unit can gain a little bit of experience. Okay, that's a good miss. I didn't want that to be a hit. But if we're unlucky, we're still going to get badly mauled here. The legs are gone, but that is not the worst. We do need to move JJ out. That is not working very well. Okay, that is an arm gone. So you see that there is quite a lot of exchange between the mechs. Use item. And we'll be healing up a little bit. I had half forgotten that that was an option. That is an arm gone, very nice. I'll be using an item with her as well. But I cannot repair the legs since they got shot out from under me. And we can attack a little bit here. Hopefully we're landing a good hit. Nope, we're missing. And we cannot attack with our punch anymore. Okay. Some chaff. Okay, that's an arm gone. That's not what I, again, wanted. Okay, this mech is disarmed now completely. Those were some good hits. That is unfortunate. That is another mech down. Aren't we getting a salvage? Also very nice. Okay. This one is no danger anymore. Of course, that had to miss. And that is Natalie now out of the fight completely. Okay, we'll have to go around if we want to engage them in close quarters combat. And we have the enemy commander here. Okay, that is going to be a lot uglier than I thought it would be. Okay. I absolutely need to retreat Natalie here. Okay, good. That is good. That should clear the way to come down here and provide more support. That was a waste of a turn before. And I'll be at least silencing you here. Oh, that's not exactly what I wanted to see, but we're getting some bonus experience to some of the fields here. Okay. That is going to be okay. How are we looking? The legs are not looking great. Let's see how much damage I can do with this. And I can attack you at a distance. That was not badly guarded, though. I don't think she can attack at all. So we're basically cornering this one. And if I could, I would be attacking long range, but like this to finish off a Vanza, that is the official term, that is not able to really fight anymore. I will be punching. And that's a flash. Again, not 100% sure what the AI thought they'd be really doing there. Well, it depends on how long that effect lasts. Could have been not a bad idea, and that's another level up. I do not have any ammunition for that weapon anymore. Okay, not bad. I did get the legs damaged. That's another long range attack. And that is the officer down. We're finding a new arm. None of the units do seem like they really... Of the enemy units, at least, look like they appreciate the current situation. Yeah, that poor guy did not really stand a chance. But... Okay. Mistakes may have been made. Can I attack from there? I cannot. I can attack from here. The Missileer is not a great hand-to-hand combat unit. Keith is getting a little bit of an upgrade. Happy to see that miss. And that is going to basically be the end of this mech as well. Oh, nice. That is what happens if you hit the same... If you hit the body twice with good damage. And now we're getting introduced to Keith, Carabel, and James. And we're supposed to go to the military ward in New Mulgan. First mission complete. And we're getting a little bit of a kill bonus. In addition to the 3000 H mission reward. Luckily we didn't lose a unit, so we didn't have to pay any of the repair costs. We should go we were supposed to go to New Milgan. And now we can take a look at our pilots. Again, there is an item or two missing. Let's see if I can't rebuy those. It looks like I should be able to. An item. That's 500. Yeah, no, that is absolutely fair. I do want a few things. They don't have any backpacks. There is a ton of parts, of different parts with different strength. So if we're taking a look at the no, that's the pilots. That is not what I'm looking for. Also not what I'm looking for. The bar is also not again. Okay. Probably I can do the setup only after I hear about the next mission. And one of the mercenaries' transport planes went down. And it's within proper OCU borders, but there's also UCS troops. Those are the two countries at war, basically. And we have the target and our data to compare. Okay, I have my orders. Okay, setup. Then it was here after all. Okay. Here are the vehicles. Okay. Let's have a look. Can we equip something else here? And that would put me overweight, so... This would actually be... Rayon would be a strict upgrade to the mech. So absolutely will want to do that. If I take the Zora, they have a bit more defense. This is basically only positive. This is also only positive. Ah, the punches. the punch damage differs. A heavier part does more damage. Actually, I think that is fine. Again, if I do take a look here, almost all of these parts are actually pure upgrades. Let's do it like this. There's no backpack for me to equip. Let's have a look. It's quite heavy. 1 times 13, that is better than before. 1 times 10. Yeah, I think I'll be equipping the Tonfa here. And I will be keeping it like this, I think. Okay, there is something though I do want to take a look at, and that was paints. Let's go with this nice purple. Something no other member currently has, and you're going to get... also going to get a nice color. Let's put you into bronze. We can talk to the dealer and quite a bit more. So, game from 1995, a tactical turn-based strategy game, again with a lot of story, which... so... these types of games in Japan are used a lot for to do some quite nice storytelling. For example, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance has a wonderful story hidden in a very, very detailed and competent strategy system. As does Front Mission. Again, the system is really nicely done, and I did want to showcase it because so much of what I was showing today was either the PC really catching up to console or surpassing the console in case of Doom, and we'll be taking a little look at Warcraft 2 later on as well, which again is a game that consoles couldn't be doing. And this is a place where developers much more focused on consoles and knowing its limits better, decided that, well, we can do something, and we can do something really nice, and they came up with this really great, nice structure, nice missions, and a nice story, which is something. Let's take it back and compare it to UFO, Enemy Unknown, where that story is the story that you yourself are creating and telling in your head. So for example, when my when my sergeant, like my first sergeant, died, coming out of the Sky Ranger, maybe that's a story of overconfidence, depending on how you want to go. It doesn't need to be so detailed, but it is... The story is something that you create in the game. Yes, there's an overarching plot, and you do want to kick the aliens off your planet, off Earth, but there are no characters, there is nobody heavily driving the story forward, being like, yeah, we're going to, we need to do this, and this is how I feel. It is purely a strategy game wrapped into, well, in a way, two strategy games wrapped into one, and then you do have those two parts that interplay, bring some stuff back and forth from one another, that in that way they complement themselves, but it is not a game with any major story, whereas this absolutely is. So it's not only the character, they're actually being characters here, but also the fact that they have a story that is worth telling, that is going on. So quite a lot is going on there. A journalist. Okay. We have 4 machines we can choose, and we'll be going back into battle, of course, with everybody. And there is now a lot of army troops coming in here. So yeah, he'll need a little bit of help. Okay. I do need to move about here. Currently in the order that we are being given. As of yet, the quote-unquote journalist is completely unaware of our and the enemies present, too focused on trying to get a scoop and trying to get a container. That's probably the container lying down there. That is Ryoji. I'll be taking 2 and 3 over. Somebody is going to be a little bit rattled now, probably. Whoa, what the hell? Oh, help me! Oh. They have recovered the cargo. That's a little bit unfortunate. Welcome back, Tira. How are you? I'm happy to hear that you had a good, enjoyable walk. I hope that you had... Oh, you enjoyed a fruit... can you... not run away here? Okay, so happy that that missed. And we're getting peppered by artillery here. Eesh. Yeah, okay, that was painful. Well, if we're doing it like this, we're going to be taking these into a pincer attack here. Yeah, I'm getting bashed back and forth a little bit here. That's another arm hit. Is that close? No, that's not close enough to do anything. Of course, it is not. Let's be using that one here. That's a good miss. He doesn't have any ranged units or any ranged attacks. Getting pursued here by the commander. Ow! At least that's an arm gone. They are covering for each other. That's unlucky. Okay, let's restart the mission. What smoothie did you get, Tira? And strawberry. How big is big? Can I... Bigger than a can of soda, so... half a liter? Big? Again, I do know that there are some differences in how big, what is considered a large in Europe and what is considered a large in the US, so do we make them climb like this? Because these three go down, and the other two are going to go up to help our journalist. You took pictures. Did you put them into the... Did you put them into Discord? Okay. JJ really isn't terribly quick. And now Frederick is getting a rough awakening again. Let's hope that I don't fail the mission now. So, and they also managed to secure the cargo again. Not much that we could have done to prevent that. Okay, I do want to have a tight formation before we go attacking. Okay, I can select him before her. Okay. That is looking good. Let me have a look at the picture while the enemy moves. Okay. No, the 10 is much more valuable. And of course, immediately the arm gets hit badly. So that is a about normal sized can for Europe as well. It's a little bit bigger, but not substantially so. Are you kidding me? So yeah, that's probably about half a liter. For that. Okay. Okay. Oh. Rao is seriously getting taken apart here. Yeah, I do need to keep hitting the Missileer. And then we're going to go take a round like this. Okay, that is a good kill. Real blended strawberries and ice. Nice. Again, I am quite... I'm happy to hear that you did have a great time despite everything going on. Okay, the commander is very clear that he wants Frederick here. What are the others doing? They are attacking the advancement that I sent here. I'm going to have another Tonfa here. That is another good hit. And coming in here. Yeah, it is indeed not a bad... it's not a terrible drink. It's always hard to say if that was not so nice. And you are going to be moving first. That is a unit down. That is probably getting us the great rocket launcher. Because, ouch, that was a lot of pain. another good body. And we'll be moving down here a little as well. That's going to be an overkill and a little bit of a waste. I am sorry, Frederick. We do need to stop these enemies here before we can really get just running away. To a degree, fair enough, he's not a combat pilot, but... Hey, Roy does need to repair his legs now. Okay, use item, repair legs. Some nice hits. Oh, the arm is almost gone. Okay, to some degree he can be happy that there are no... long-range attacks left on the commander. Okay, that one is completely disarmed. And I am coming to the end of the hour again. It's always far too fast. Partially because I did not manage to really... because I managed to die here in that mission. It's not too bad. I think I managed to showcase the game quite well. Another tactics game with a lot of tactical depth. This time again for the PlayStation. I haven't struggled finding games for this. It is more that the games that I know about and that I can easily talk about here are... Okay, fair enough, that is not a good movement. Are... Well, no, taking a look at it, I had some platformers, I had some other games as well. It's not only strategy games. I had SimCity, I had XCOM, I had Front Mission now, and I'm going to have Warcraft. It's very strategy heavy, but yeah, platformers, and we're going to be seeing another one. So 3 platformers, 2, but yeah. It is the time, these years are the time where both real-time became viable on PC, and where the larger capacity of the PlayStation and later the Nintendo 64 allowed for more complex games, and also well, that is going to be a bit until the Game Boy Advance, actually, so it's not quite the same time. I do apologize, but on the consoles, if you want strategy games, you have to do turn-based, and while this is a really well-made strategy game, I think it's also clear that while that it is not as deep as XCOM, it doesn't quite have that same number of different statistics for combat, morale, deadly wounds, non-deadly wounds, the health, morale. There's just so much in XCOM that really meshes and makes it one of the most complex strategy games ever created, which is a really, really good strategy game, but it is less of a... it is much less approachable. This, on the other hand, is quite approachable. It's a grid base. Its larger grid base makes it a lot more palatable for a controller to be playing with, and while it does not have the absurd depth of XCOM or UFO, it has more than enough for most people to feel well challenged and interested in what is going on here. So, but yeah, there are some differences, and so larger mediums means more space, more stuff to do things, and as such, I did want to shout out this game, which also has spawned off quite a large series with a lot of lore to it that has been added onto over decades as well. So while Fire Emblem and some of the others may be more in the forefront, this is also a game that has done quite a lot and has also taken quite a lot, because I'd be surprised if there wouldn't have been an inspiration from BattleTech to split out the hit zones like they have done here. I may be mistaken, but I do think that there has been some inspiration taken. Okay, so much for front mission. We're getting towards the top of the hour again, and I do need to take another quick break so I can prepare the next game, which is going to be Donkey Kong Land, so another Game Boy game. The main reason I've chosen it is to showcase what graphically the Game Boy could do if pushed by very talented developers. So I'll be seeing you in about 3 minutes with Donkey Kong Land, and I do want to quickly thank you for your patience with enduring the break and the ads that we will be running during, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you very much. We're back, and as I said, we're back with Donkey Kong Land. It's a Game Boy game, and yesterday I showcased Cosmo Tank as my surprise game, and it was, I think, a marvel of gameplay. Put, like, these 3 modes put into this game really put a lot of effort, of ambition into that game. And this one, it is a fantastic platformer, but it is also looking, I think, pushing what the Game Boy can graphically do. I'm not sure how big the screen is you're looking this on, but if you make it a little bit smaller, then maybe it is for you. You will be seeing that the screen really goes into a nice landscape, and it is really really nice. But it is also a competent platformer, and so we'll be going through and we'll be seeing a little bit more of the Kremlins, of everybody else here jumping up to kill the snake here. Really nice. About the Game Boy size, actually. Okay, so you do have a proper image, even though I'm doing it black and white rather than the green tint that it had on the Game Boy, which looked fine on the Game Boy. The pocket already was more a black and white like this, which is what I'm used to, so I'm going with what feels more familiar to me. Okay, I'm not sure if we... Okay, can't get it back up because the enemy is dead. Okay. But yeah, if you look at on the background, the foliage, there's a ton of detail hidden in there, and it is amazing what they managed to get out graphically of the Game Boy while maintaining a very playable frame rate and a very enjoyable game to play. So they didn't do graphics over everything else, but they managed to do these great graphics and everything else that they needed to do as well. As for you liking Donkey Kong, I think that is absolutely fine. I do think he's... in his own games, at least, he's a great character. In the original Donkey Kong, he is a little bit of a kidnapper. Not exactly sure how that resolves between the 3 of them. But it's not only Donkey Kong we can play here. We can't switch them out on the world map, but we also have Diddy Kong that can switch in for... And yes, of course, I'm stopping such that I just see the 1-up balloon fly off. So, back to handheld consoles, this time with a... with quite a different game to yesterday. Missing another 1-up balloon. If we do compare the graphics between those 2 games, there is no argument who has the better visuals. But then again, I do want to remind you that Cosmo Tank came out quite soon after the Game Boy's release, so less than... No, it was actually a year on game for the Game Boy being released 1 year and 2 months after the release of the Game Boy. Jumping into a Kremlin is usually not recommendable. Donkey needs to take a quick break here. So it is, or it should be unsurprising that this game is not only the better looking. Well, is it playing better? It's a good. It's a good question. I never felt that Cosmo Tank was. Well, no. Okay. It had some edges that were unfortunate and that needed that would have needed some improvement, or could have needed some improvement. Okay, I'm letting another one-up go because I'm going like, oh, I do want to turn about to fetch those bananas. So yes, since Donkey Kong doesn't have that, Donkey Kong Land plays better. We do need to keep in mind though that they are two different genres, and as such, it's not a direct. It's not an apples to apples comparison, but what we can compare, yeah, this does play a little bit better. And again, reminder: this is on a console that was considered, whose hardware was considered out of date when it was conceived. It didn't have much. It had less RAM than its competitor. It had, well, it had battery time. It had battery time out of. Well, let me put it like that. It had a 10 times longer battery time than its direct rival, and I mean, ouch. I feel like that's a very big ouch for the Game Gear. And yeah, the frame rate you're seeing here was the frame rate that I was playing at, so really, really good. What did I miss here? Okay. For whatever reason, I haven't gone through everything. We'll have to call it fine, though, since I'm not finding it at the moment. The music is also, I mean, you're listening to a great example of music here of the game. And I do think so that this can already speak for itself on the quality of the music. And now it is Donkey Kong's turn, since Diddy Kong did an unattentive and hit an enemy when he shouldn't have. I don't want to be hoed by these birds. Yeah, I want the O, but without knocking any of the gears there. As a platformer, it is of course a very competent one. Rare was really cooking with the Donkey Kong games during this time. I think the Super Nintendo versions, not versions, the Super Nintendo games are the more famous one out of their Donkey Kong platformer collection, but that is absolutely not to say that this is a bad game. It's just that due to how it's being remembered, I am guessing, and due to the fact that, possibly also due to the fact that the Donkey Kong Country games are in color, it feels like they are more played and thus more remembered nowadays. But they did a lot here that they did in the Super Nintendo version as well, even though they did do them slightly differently, so the animal companions, you ride them rather than transforming into them. They are not the exact same collection of friends. Okay, I did get the N at the end there, even though we did crash. So yeah, there's a bit difference between the two, though. Yeah, I don't think it makes one or the other better or worse. There is something back here. It just makes them different, and are they? Yeah, I think they're both worth experience. Maybe not the entirety of the trilogies all necessarily, because each of one gives you an idea of what the trilogy is about, or how the platforming works and what it is about, and the change. But of course, again, all the 6 games rather. All 2. Okay, that is. Let's collect a few 1-ups here. Shot out of this barrel each one of those the Donkey Kong coins is worth a 1-up. So I want to say that for a while I think that I do have enough 1-ups for a game session. Which also, in the early level, showcases something that I already touched on with Kirby, in that the games did, not gaming in general, but these particular games did go away from the difficulty for short game sessions' sake and or padding out the gameplay time. It is always... Okay, so it is always said that for the NES games, that difficulty was used to artificially pad out the gameplay. I think that is a simplistic way to look at it, and I don't agree with it. While fair enough, the gameplay was lengthened, and maybe that was part of the idea. I don't think that it is as easy to say like, oh, they wanted to have more gameplay. It forgets to take a look at the entirety of the rest of the game's media at that point, and ouch, as such, forgets, for example, that arcades were still a thing, that their difficulty was dictated by a need to make money, maybe it is. So, okay, why did I die falling there? That, to me at least, did not make any sense. Okay, that made sense. Kicked myself off the field before Diddy had a chance to come in. Okay, we're getting one of the lives back at least. And here we go. Next level complete. What is also interesting is, both for Donkey Kong Land and for Donkey Kong Country, is that, to the extent of my knowledge, it's the first time that Nintendo has given control over a first-party IP character, in this case Donkey Kong, to another company. It will happen later with Link as well, Link and Impa, in the Capcom-developed duology of Oracles of Ages and Oracles of Seasons. But as far as I know, this is the first time that happened, and that it is interesting because back then and also nowadays, Nintendo does seem to be very focused on keeping its IP together and protected, and here they give it to Rare. Fair enough to do some excellent games. Yeah, and as such, it is a little bit of a weird moment, although that is a miss. Okay, there's not another piggy coming, so I do need to be more careful when I come into the level again, should I need to come into the level again. I mean, that is fair. Not everybody is good at everything, and platformers do require a certain skill set that not everybody needs to be able to present. I mean, I consider myself decent at platformers, not great though. But yeah, as long as you're having fun, even if you're not great at a game, I do think that is everything that ought to matter. Here we have those snakes winding their way down this net. Donkey Kong 64 is... I've played it. It is too tedious for me, if that makes sense. I do enjoy collectathons to a certain degree. I enjoyed Banjo-Kazooie. Haven't played Banjo-Tooie. But for me, Donkey Kong 64 just had too much to collect. And by the time I was able to play it myself, it was not to my taste anymore. That ought not take away from the game, and if you did enjoy it, that is, I am not trying to take away any of your enjoyment there, but that's how I feel about the game, that it is trying to do too many collecting stuff all at the same time, and then the need to switch Kongs for specific... I said please move on. For specific collectibles makes it very tedious running back and forth, doing the same things a few times. Fair enough with different characters, but still. I didn't see you as you spawned in, you. Let's collect Diddy here. We're probably going to be needing his help as we're going to be probably running into another snake that suddenly appears without us being able to get out of the way. That was a little bit early though. Ah, there's another barrel, so they did know what they were doing. No, 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 no. Yeah, they expected us to lose another one. Are you kidding me? There was a platform right there. Okay, looking much better this time. As long as the barrels can stay empty, that is already a decent success. Sheesh. A little bit quick to switch over there, a little bit too confident in that it would be working out. Okay, I do want it counted for the 100%edness of the level. Yep. I mean, what you're supposed to do there? Okay, that is not terrible, and the bananas luckily show you a good position to be jumping off of. Oh, I'm not sure. Okay. I did take it the right way around. I think that is the challenge guarding the last letter here. So I do want to complete it, completing the Kong letters. Are you kidding me? Yep. No, 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 no. Okay. Giving us a few more coins. We can later transform into lives. We have a barrel very clearly indicating what we are supposed to be doing. That is G collected. Just hammer through there. That's probably standing on something. Okay, level complete. That one was a little bit more troublesome than other levels before. And we are up to a good percentage here in level completion. So there's still one level though that needs completing, and again, do take a look at the background here, which is a wonderful moment of pixel art where this console does do a fantastic job of showcasing what it can do if you have people dedicated and motivated enough to really take a lot out of it. And I do mean that. I think that... Whoops! I mean that, and it's jumping off into the bottomless nothingness of the frozen tundra. Again, bananas are so nicely used here to indicate jumps and safe jumps and all of that. It's great design, and it's much more intended to challenge rather than to punish. I hope that makes sense. Like, yes, you do have only a few checkpoints and all of that, but it is, at least here in the early stages, it is very generous with the amount of extra barrels for your to resummon your companion after you've gotten hit maybe once, to the placement and number of checkpoints that will get harsher later on, yes. But I do think that is fair, because at the really hard stages later on, for example, that should have been absolutely avoidable. No, not that should have been absolutely avoidable. That would have been absolutely avoidable had I not been talking and not paying attention to what I was doing. And again, that jump blindly, just trusting that he's going to be in that correct position again. That's my mistake, and I... See, if I do it right, there was a steel barrel waiting for me, not only introducing the concept of the steel barrel, how it works, that it keeps rolling, even after hitting enemies. Well, if I am not taking the opportunity to better myself in that regard, well, whom am I supposed to blame but myself? So, yeah, even this is actually, if you know what you're doing... Oops, that is wrong. If you know what you're doing and you are a little bit patient, it's actually a really easy way to get quite a lot of one-ups. Again, this is going to be a lot sparser in later levels. The medallions are sparser. These moments where you can find the mini-game, are going to be less. But hey, I mean, a game has the right to be challenging still, but it is giving people the time and the space to much better learn the game, to become better as they are playing, because the challenges are not designed to really be too mean. And then we already have the safe data here, which again limits the length of a play session for a player if he is still learning and not able to get... Not sure how many one-ups I have here, especially since I do keep missing my all of these medallions that I worked so hard for. And again, the game is using bananas to teach you a concept, and then you have a challenge here, which I just completely whiffed. But I didn't need to, so if I had instead decided that I wanted to play it safe rather than trying to get the O, which I will be going for again. But in the end, getting the O is an optional challenge. And you're always allowed to go back . Something is throwing me off there. I'll just be going in and be fetching the 1-up I'm getting for free that I lost. Okay, there we got it. Although, almost for a moment, I did feel like that was butt clenching. And again, you see, if you just wait until you line up, it's a much easier challenge. But, and that was the wrong way around. No. No. That was just a... Well, what are we doing here? One goes up, the other comes down. That is how it is supposed to go, and then there was another secret there. Again, indicated by bananas, which is a really big difference compared to earlier platformers where it wasn't so considered yet that, again, almost every big console game developer had either also released arcade games or did release arcade games, and as such, it is pretty clear that they will be taking that experience of what makes a good arcade game in having a very high skill ceiling, but also a tremendously punishing difficulty, and going to be applying that onto the consoles that are gaining in popularity. I mean, there is nothing wrong with that, even though nowadays that results in games that are hard and sometimes punishing, sometimes too much so. Sometimes it's fine. That is not what I wanted to do. That is what I wanted to do. And then we have a scenery change, and this is going to be several different varieties of backgrounds and areas in this realm too. And again, it is very not only very detailed, but also it feels that there went a lot of genuine love and effort into it. Okay, I was worried there for a moment since I fell off whether that would give me trouble respawning, but I did respawn on the platform as I was hoping to. Again, the fact that if I had fallen off and then not been able to respawn on the platform, because by taking damage I fell into an infinite pit, which has happened sometimes, and I just lost a life, that may have been either a technical limitation in that how the checks work doesn't ever allow for another way of how this might work. It might be an oversight that it hasn't been checked, or it is actually intentional, trying to warn you about needing to play and stuff on a needing to be careful around ledges. Here we have the underwater temple. You're a big fish. You're a big fish. Well, if you are tired and you can get some rest now, please do so. I think you're going to be taking a nap then. Yeah, okay. Being all the way against the wall does for some parts, and like here, allow me to swim right next to him without being hit by it, although it did always look very much like they were munching on on Donkey Kong's legs. I think it's a little bit subtler for Diddy Kong if you were swimming over there. And checkpoint. I have a few playing some jumpy stuff. Okay, when we had some artifacting here, let me see if I can bring it up again. Probably not. Yeah, they're not quite in sync enough anymore, but there was some what looked like artifacting, which was a limitation of the sprites on the scanline restrictions for the sprites, and thus that started that short flicker there, which, I mean, a game pushing the hardware as much as this. We get in there, yeah, there you see them flickering with the background due to that limitation, especially if I am also in there. And then some sprites have priority and stuff to ensure that the necessary visual information about the characters is still there. And again, it's easy to say, oh, well, you maybe should have programmed it better. Well, no, sometimes if you do want to have a certain visual density, you do need to work with the machine. If the machine says that if you do this, there's going to be some flickering, but overall it's still going to be working and playable. I do think that is a possible compromise for a developer to say, okay, I want this scene that is going to be resulting in some flickering every other frame. Yeah. I do not think that acting on that is a mistake or bad craftsmanship. It is just, it is what it is, and yeah, again, I do consider it working with the machine, trying to get to fulfill your vision, basically. Okay. Okay, I see the G. We can't be that far away anymore. Some more bananas. There is an exit. And here are some more goodies before exit. So we're taking the second exit, and we should be getting an exclamation mark for a completed level. Indeed, we did. There we have a swimming level, which... yeah, swimming levels and platformers are not terribly enjoyed by a lot of people. I do think that Donkey Kong did a very good job getting everything to work rather well. You do feel in control, and if there is a collision, you'll most often feel like you could have adjusted something and done better overall. Which is a very important thing for any game, that if you do want to keep your audience interested, you do need to provide that environment where failure always feels avoidable, and that if the player gets better, it is going to be able to not, for example, take that hit. Because that is a hit that I needn't have taken. Maybe had my reflexes been a little bit better, had I been more aware, or maybe more careful, maybe not, had I not descended as quickly, maybe that would have not been a problem. So, I have to say, fair enough, that is a hit I took, and that is a hit that I could absolutely have avoided. Oops. Again. Talking about avoidable hits. There are some limitations here in the screen position, scrolling the screen left or right. Eep. And then sometimes you have a surprise that is very hard to avoid, but now that I know that it is coming up, and... ah, secret! Secret area beneath the N of Kong. Showering me in some goodies and probably getting me around a more tricky part. Again, some people would say, well, like what is called a dev exit in Super Mario Maker 2 or Super Mario Maker 1. I don't agree. This is a secret for somebody to find as you're waiting for that spiked gear to pass, and that then results in you being rewarded for your attentiveness and seeing a hazard. I mean, it does sound to a degree very silly in being like, well, you spotted that hazard. As such, we are very happy for you to have all these extra goodies that other people may not, that other people haven't found, and to get around this rather difficult challenge. But I do think that that is... I don't have an issue with it. If you're not attentive and if you're trying to brute force the passage, then yeah, you're going to be missing it. I almost missed it. Oops. That was not the jump I would have wanted to take now. Yeah, that is fine. I do hope that you're going to have a good sleep, and maybe do take into consideration not to sleep for too long. And maybe you'll be able to rectify your sleep schedule a little bit more. And I did miss blowing that snake basket up. Could have run underneath, probably. That is not... That is not what I wanted to see there. Oh, well. But, yeah, should you... Should you not be back for the rest of the stream, Tira, I hope you're going to have a fantastic rest of your Friday. And I'll be seeing you tomorrow for the... at least for the Mario Party hour. So, yeah, there is that. Oh, I did miss a letter there. As such, I won't be able to save the game after this. And here these snake baskets are used as standing platforms. Okay, that is not something I do want to acquire. And we have another swimming level here. That's a new enemy. A kind of shark. Trolling the waters low enough that they can just scrape me off the bottom there. Luckily, he has a big friend or big brother. I'm not exactly sure how their family relationship goes. And in this level it is... I do find it much easier to collect at least the first two letters. I did miss the O before. And again, environment, challenges, it's a great package. Rare really knew what they were doing with this, and at least graphically I do think that they are pushing the limits of the Game Boy hardware quite a lot. Okay, that is... I didn't have Donkey Kong in my back pocket here, so... Ouch! Did get hit here after all again. The worst thing I may have to say about this game is that by this time, platformers have been done competently a lot already. And this is a very good but no longer outstanding platformer. And seeing that that is the worst that I have to say about this game, I think that is saying a lot. Again, good gameplay, still absolutely fine today. it's feeling very modern. If you want a platform you haven't played before, it is absolutely a game that I can recommend, despite its age, despite requiring emulation. It's a good game, and you're going to have maybe 20-25 hours of fun. If afterwards you are satisfied, you're going to have a great experience. Again, I do know it's a history event, and I am coming back to some of the current things. How many companies are trying to make games that never end? Too many. Again, how many live service failures did we have recently? A few, yes. Please make a few of those. Really, really make them well and allow a community to form and have a lot of fun over a year, over decades, and be able to leave, come back, and still enjoy the game in a dynamic fashion, a dynamic game in a dynamic fashion, with a dynamic community, with a good community. I like such things as well. I do play Elite Dangerous. That is a space sim MMO. It's been out since 2014, and yes, I am not against live service games in general, but this is a game that ends. And then it's done, and then it doesn't ask anything of you anymore. You can finish up the other challenges, 100% your save file, then move on, or you can move on immediately. And yet, it's fun enough that I can come back after a long time, complete 1.5 worlds, and sit here and say, like, this was something that I had fun playing, that I found worth in playing. I don't know. I am not as much a film buff as other people, but I have watched some old films, and I do see I don't know. Is it because people do want to do something different? But why not have a standard for your game where you say, this is what I should at minimum be striving for? Would this be successful if it was released today? No, because the graphics look, well, they are Game Boy graphics. They look like Game Boy graphics. They are amongst the best Game Boy graphics ever. But it's still a Game Boy graphic, 4 colors, quite pixelated, because the resolution of the screen is comparatively tiny. No. We had a standard for games. We had a standard what games should have been. Get back to at least this. As I do keep playing games, I'm probably going to have this all the time. And again, it's not every modern game, but it is the visible AAA representative games that have that problem. That fail so badly. I have a few games I'm actually really looking forward to, and you'll get to know them. Iron Nest is one of them. I mean, talk about a simple concept, brilliantly made, but while I don't despair for the games industry, there will be great games to play in the future. Come on. Some of your old companies, you knew how to do good stuff. Okay, Rare is maybe not as active as a company anymore. I think they got shuttered at one point. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on it. But, I mean, come on. Come on. That being said, I'll be going to go to the penultimate hour of today's stream with Warcraft 2. I'll be back in a few minutes, and I want to thank all of you for your patience during the break and the ads that will be running during them. Thank you very much for your patience, and I'll be seeing you after the break.
Work complete. Sun Sun. Kabu. Work complete. Sun Sun. Kabu. Swobu. Zun Zun. Ready to work. Zun Zun. Zun Zun. Loktar. Kabu. Zun Zun. Ready to work. Swobu. Ready to work. Lord Loktar. Kabu. Kabu. Work complete. Kabu. Zun Zun. Ready to Zun Zun. Swobu. Zogdog. Loktar. Swobu. Work complete. Zun Zun. Work complete. Work complete. Zogdog. Kabu. Ready to work. Kabu. Loktar. Kabu. Alright. Okay. Work complete. Boss. Okay. Alright. Okay, boss. Alright, the boss. Alright. Okay. What you want me to boss? Alright. Okay. Work complete. Boss. Lord. Zun Zun. Zun Zun. Neutral here. Zun Zun. Done building ship. I'm ready to work. You got me? What you want me to kill? What you want me to kill? Okay, the boss. The boss. Okay, the boss. Zogdogs. Yes, Captain. You're the captain. You're the captain. You're the captain. I will with you. I will ahoy. I will ahoy. You're the captain. You're the captain. You got it. All right. Loktar. Huh? Zun Zun. Aye, matey. Ahoy. I would love to. You're the captain. I would love to. Ahoy. You're the captain. I would love to. I would love to. Ahoy. Ready to work. Work complete. Arg. Done building ship. Ready to work. Sundabu. Aye, matey. I would love to.
Faceless, thank you very much. I do check, and then it is one of the issues in how my hotkeys are organized that I can manage to, just by going in and typing a little bit, ruin and mute myself. But thank you very much for letting me know. And yeah, it is also a game that I did enjoy playing quite a lot. Although I didn't play it as much as I later on played Brood War. And that's a sunk ship. I didn't pay attention to any of that. That is not great. That is quite suboptimal. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It was quite a... It was quite a change, and while I think it is... I haven't... To be fair, I haven't managed to give it a go yet, but I do think that it is... that it is better for it. And again, ouch.
Work complete. Done building ship. Ahoy. Ahoy.
Okay. Are we going to have a chance? What the?
Ahoy.
Oh, those are cloaked units. I haven't. I haven't even taken into consideration. Yeah, okay, this is absolutely something lost. Okay, let's restart and let's see if we can't do better. So did the larval spawn rate go down or go up? Less time by a second. That's a lot. Let's try humans. Again, these games are not all that different, and despite the difference in looks here, it is the same map. Different resources, though. That might already be putting me into a better spot. Yeah, I can absolutely imagine that. Or if anything, reducing the workers from 12 to 8 slows the game down. It will lengthen the early game, although I do think that 6 was the better balance point. But I know that you're going to disagree there, and that is absolutely fine. I think that 6 would have been best bring it back down to that level. Then again, if you ask me, it should have never been increased to that level in the first place. And usually slowing a game down reduces chaos rather than increasing it. So of course the meta is completely off now. You need to redo builds and everything, but the basics there do still work out as before. So I'm not surprised that it is. I'm not surprised in how the difference has gone. That it has gone into less chaos from the workers, more chaos from that very, very much decreased spawn time. I do honestly don't think that was a necessity, that was even something that needed considering. But maybe that is me. That is maybe my limited perspective, and maybe it was something that was really necessary after all. Okay, this is going to be a much slower beginning than the game before, where I absolutely did not pay enough attention onto spending my gold. Here, it is going to be a much slower run.
Your sound card works perfectly.
That's not exactly what I was looking for, and I can just switch on the subtitles as well.
My lord.
Should be better now. Thank you for letting me know that the music was overwhelming a little. And again, that is going to be our fourth.
Ready to serve, Lord. All right.
Well, but still, thank you for letting me know. Can I fetch one of you?
Hello.
Out of
Lord.
Out of there, maybe, maybe not.
Lord.
I can.
Yes, Lord.
Okay,
Yes,
I cannot build another farm. Can I build a lumber mill? No.
Alright, right.
So I do need to split up a little bit, gather some wood and gather some gold. Then take one of the workers to build another farm. Then lumberyard over here. That is fine. I still, not during the event, but outside of the event, I do play OG StarCraft campaign and some laddering at the moment. Okay, I can build a farm now, and I should be doing so. In my opinion, the OG Brood War is still the better of the two.
Okay. Right. Okay. Yes, me lord.
That would be Warcraft 2 for me, the demo version. Then I played some Command & Conquer Red Alert. But only at a friend's house, and then I bought StarCraft 1 for myself. Okay. I have gold, I don't have wood yet in large amounts. Okay, once all these return, the lumberyard goes there.
Ready to serve. Hello.
Let's try. No, actually. Yes, actually. We're going to need to split it up like this. That's another peon, peasant rather. We're not playing orcs at the moment.
Ready to serve. Hello. Yes, me lord.
Okay, and that lumber should allow us to build the mill here. Especially in multiplayer, I...
Ready to serve. What is it? Alright. Yes, me lord.
Again, I may be biased. I have...
Alright. Yes, me lord.
I have a lot of time and experience with Brood War. And it is just a, in my opinion, a wonderful game overall. Story-wise and gameplay-wise.
Ready to serve. Hello. Alright.
A lot of people are going to probably not quite feel the same, but I do think that to a large degree it is quite close to a flawless game in my opinion. Okay. I do need the barracks here. That's not exactly what I was hoping to be able to do. Yeah, no, we are going to need to chop a little bit more wood. Yeah. The story was amazing. I was really surprised when I first played it. That is fine. There were enough maps and map styles created by the players that absolutely allowed for that kind of thing. I have been, in that regard, a much more competitive player because I really do. Why am I building a double barracks? That was an absolutely huge mistake. I wanted to build a farm. Ouch. Okay, that hurt.
Job's done.
Okay, now build the ships here. We do need them.
What is it?
Again, everybody had their own style. I've been by far a lot slower than I had been back in my heyday. Don't think I'll ever be getting back to that quite as much as I maybe would want to. That is fine. It is what it is, but I still enjoy it very much. The campaign is still very, very enjoyable in my opinion, and and I do think that it deserves that it deserves basically all of the praise that it has been gotten, and I do hope that, well, do I need to hope? I don't think so. It feels like that that at least the Korean community is going to be keeping the game very much alive and very much competitive. So I don't think we need to worry about that then in particular, but
Aye, Captain.
You do need to okay, no, that's not quite what I was to say. Okay. So I don't think we need to worry about about StarCraft disappearing, but on the other hand, it is also not the
Aye, aye, sir. Aye, underway.
It is not the slam dunk that one might hope in, that, oh, we may not need to worry because there are some people that are going to be keeping the game competitive and alive.
Lord? Yes, me lord. Okay. Job's done. Ready to serve. Me lord. Alright.
To a degree, I pretty much hope it wouldn't be as necessary as it is. Unfortunately, proving to have a community really wanting to keep it alive. Okay. I do need to really start to worry about my gold supply here.
Work completed. Captain on the bridge. Set sail. Captain. Underway. Aye, sir. Set sail. Set sail. Aye, Captain. Underway. Aye, Captain.
Not enough oil at the moment. Yeah, and I also absolutely need the keep. How much costs a strong hut? 2, okay. I can produce a keep.
Yes, yes, me lord. Yes, yes, me lord. Yes, me lord. Yes. Alright. Hello. Me lord. Alright, okay.
Aye, Captain.
Getting every bonus here is currently really worthwhile.
Aye, sir. Underway.
Yes.
So even getting a little bit more out here is not unimportant at the moment.
Set sail.
Should I be attacking this one?
Aye, underway.
Yes.
Okay. We have the keep.
Captain on the bridge.
Okay.
Oh my, do I...
Hello.
What is a foundry? 700.
Alright, alright. What is it?
Skipper. Underway. Aye, Captain.
Oh my, I can't be building. I can't get up to... Okay, that's a problem. Why can't I build a foundry? Oh, I need to build it on water. Then I can build... this is... This is in a way a little bit troublesome.
Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain.
Because to some degree I'm pretty sure that there is more gold over there. Maybe if I can collect it with the peons and bring it back and then slowly amass enough by manually transporting gold left and right. Yes, I do need more gold, and there is that aspect, of course, of it is going to be a disappearing resource. On the other hand, so is the gold, so are the minerals in StarCraft, so are a lot of different other things in some other strategy games. For example,
Captain on the bridge. Skipper. Set sail underway. Aye, sir.
No, I think I do want to have another peasant in there.
Underway. Aye, Captain.
Can we unload here? Yes, let's have a look. Is there gold here?
Alright. Okay. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord.
In here, there could be a gold mine. Yes. 30,000. That's a lot.
Right, yes,
So
my
now it'd
lord.
be very interesting, and if I could... If I can bring them over into the transport with the gold.
Underway.
Guess is yes, that works.
Aye, underway.
Yes, very nice. Okay.
Alright. Okay.
Let's bring one more. Let's ensure that we're not having missed any coastal facilities, and we're at the point where I would say that it would be absolutely worth giving up for the NPC player here. He's probably in a similar state as I am, currently not able to fetch any gold.
Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Underway.
But you are correct in the sense that in StarCraft Brood War or StarCraft 2, the minerals mostly were not natural,
Aye, Captain.
a natural barrier, but were tucked away fair enough that it didn't cause many issues.
Aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Aye, sir. Aye, sir.
Okay. With this, we managed to rather easily take control of the map.
Yes, my lord.
Aye, Captain.
So I will be taking the opportunity in a few minutes to basically build up everything and showcase the units a little bit. Where can I put the... Okay, stop. No, actually, I think that is actually a perfect idea.
Yes, my lord. Hello. Yes, my lord. Hello.
Get shopping here on both sides a little bit as well, to make room around it. We can then take these over afterwards as well once we have removed the rest of the forests here. Okay, and I currently do not have a single blacksmith.
Aye, sir.
I also do know that there is another good gold mine over there.
My lord. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Okay. Okay.
No.
Okay.
That bit.
Hello. Hello.
Unlike gold, though, wood is now not an issue.
Yes. Alright. Hello. Alright. Hello.
To a certain degree, I think that there are advantages and disadvantages to the to how they are
Yes. Right.
to how games do their resources. For example, in Red Alert, which is another strategy game that I have played a lot, it is a semi respawning resource, in that some of the
Hello. Hello. Yes, my lord.
in that some of the
Yes, my lord.
Some of the gold fields or so had drills that could dig up new ones, made it very slow to get there, so you did want to discover new fields and go fetch them, but it was a possibility and it was there, so...
Lord. Alright.
It was still something that was actually quite fun and quite... Yeah, you did have to take a look at it. It was not that... it was just...
Alright. Yes,
No.
Okay, okay. Yes.
Okay, that is a surprise if everybody is blocked from getting... Yeah, okay.
Job's done.
Unlike the workers in StarCraft, these cannot pass through themselves.
Hello. Righto. What is it? Okay. Okay.
Let's go have them raid this quite heavily now. Okay, Foundry, the
Yes, my lord.
forge of this game. I'm just taking a look, and while it's such a fun game, and I'm missing something. Blacksmiths and... Okay, I'm missing the stables. So, fair enough. It does feel... Okay, again, yesterday I played Dune 2, where I only had a single unit selection. The harvesting was... of the spice, of course, was done a lot more like... as Tiberium or the gold gems in Red Alert.
Hello.
Being actually quite a nice
Yes, my lord.
difference, and coming to here, yes, you'd have some of the more modern niceties, larger groups,
Lord.
and
Yes,
more
my lord. Alright.
and coming ahead a little bit more, but I'm now feeling like I'm currently really stuck by the lack of gold income, and it is getting me stuck so much that it's even that I can't kill this opponent even quickly, even if I right now wanted to. So let's come in. I can't build another town hall here, can I? I can. And that's actually looking nicer than on the other side.
Work completed.
Okay.
Yes.
Maximizing everything now, and let's get a unit of everything and a few upgrades going.
Set sail.
And again, getting limited by my gold supply.
Awaiting orders. Set sail.